That's not a lead. That's a speed bump now.
Remember, this is a trader tagged day_trading with moderate risk. And yet the event log shows a single explosion almost twice the big win threshold. That's moderate in the same way a hurricane is breezy.
Rahul's playing statue while the tournament's first mega win just dropped. This is that moment where your brain goes, I should be patient, and your FOMO goes, or we could click everything.
And look at how the log repeats. Win, flat, over and over for Chanukya Varma. It's like a heartbeat monitor after a triple espresso. Huge spike, then a dead calm, just waiting for the next shock.
We're still in the earliest stretch, only 4 minutes removed from the open, 386 left on the clock. But psychologically, this is huge. One player has already proven the plus 500 barrier is breakable.
And that changes how everyone else calls plays. Roshan and Rahul now know they're not just trading charts. They're chasing a scoreboard where 900-point drives are officially on the menu. Front and center, it's Roshan Palin at rank 1, calmly flashing plus 235 while everyone else is spinning out. Our early pilot in the green, flying the flag for Team India.
Remember, the big win bar is at plus 500, and Chanukya Varma has shattered it already. This isn't just a green trade, this is a statement that yesterday's wreckage is officially on notice.
And on the other side of the screen, Rahul Davis just got absolutely steamrolled on TSLA. 600 shares, one trade, and the PNL swings from plus 51.5 to minus 601.5.
Oh, that's a brutal TSLA collision. Rahul goes from cruising in the green to rank 3 disaster territory in one candle. That's the kind of play that makes the whole arena grab their hair.
Across 136 total events so far, this 847.9 stands out like a spotlight. Most lines are quiet adjustments, but this one is a siren, announcing who's willing to swing big.
Somewhere out there, a ticker just did all the heavy lifting and we don't even get to see the symbol. This is like watching a fireworks show with the labels blurred out.
Leaderboard check. Roshan frozen in first with plus 235. Chanukya Varma surging with that monster plus 847 move in the log. And Rahul plummeting to minus 601.5. And we're only 8 minutes in.
This is the classic dilemma. Do you trade your plan, or do you try to outdo an 800-plus clip in the first half hour and end up starring in a don't do this montage?
And don't miss the session clock. Only 8 minutes gone. 382 to go. And we've already hit both the big win and big loss thresholds on the event feed. Buckle up. This is going to get wild. We still have 386 minutes to go. The symbol PNL threshold at plus 300 hasn't even been flagged yet. And already the standard's been set. Big wins are absolutely on the table today.
The danger now is psychological. Rahul's next click decides whether this is just one bad Tesla read or the beginning of a tilt spiral that haunts the entire tournament.
You know it's bad when the event log literally shows flat for Rahul after that TSLA smack. Translator's note. That means he's staring at the screen rethinking every life choice since install.
Roshan's challenge now is internal. Ignore the siren song of oversized risk. Use that 235 as a foundation and turn the session into a long, controlled ascent instead of a coin flip duel.
And don't blink on Rahul. 11.5 might look small now, but if he flips the switch and starts firing scalps, that PNL bar can start ticking up like a speedometer on an on-ramp.
The big loss marker hasn't been triggered yet this session, but history says it's coming. One ill-timed breakout, one stubborn hold, and somebody's dashboard turns into a caution sign in bright red.
Chanukya Varma, though, sitting on that plus 847.9 and holding flat is playing it like a champion. Slam the big move, protect the gains, and wait for the next perfect opening to extend the lead.
You know TSLA is dangerous when the first appearance on the event list is a -600 crater and 0 follow-ups. Everyone else saw that and said, "Yeah, I'm good, thanks."
And with only 3 traders on today's stage, every mistake and every triumph is magnified. There's nowhere to hide on this dashboard when your P&L bar swings hundreds in either direction.
Roshan is just chilling on plus 235, zero movement, flat on the feed. But in a room where everyone else is tripping over red candles, standing still at the top is a flex.
But big leads early can be dangerous too. 11 days is a long time, and we've seen plenty of traders turn shining green starts into red legends by the final bell.
You know that means the hole was enormous. Chanukya Varma just fired the bazooka at a crater. Huge green blast. And the PNL bar is still peeking out from below zero like, help me.
The worst thing Rahul could do here is go straight back into Tesla for revenge. This is where great tournament players pivot, accept the loss, and let other tickers write a different chapter for their day.
Shout out again to Chanukya Varma. Plus 847.9, win recorded. Status flat, risk moderate, tag intact. That is how you give the crowd a show and still walk away in one piece.
3 traders, 1 live window, and a long road to the tournament's end. What we've just witnessed is a glimpse of the ceiling. The real story will be who can survive the floor when volatility bites back.
Somewhere in the next few hours, this neat little leaderboard is going to look like a crime scene. Big green splashes, deep red puddles, and one trader wondering why they didn't stop at flat.
Don't go anywhere. The next time you see that event count jump or a trader's P&L bar lurch forward, it could be another plus 500 explosion or the first brutal minus 500 implosion of the tournament.
From plus 37 before the crash to minus 1008 after. This is the kind of free fall that can haunt the next 10 tournament days for Rahul.
We wanted a symbol to light up the dashboard, and we got it. TSLA just turned the lower half of this lobby into a crash montage.
Meanwhile, Doc John is sitting on plus 92.5, totally flat, no trades showing. He just watched TSLA explode and said, "Yeah, I'm good actually. Smart or scared, you decide."
But you know that can't last forever. 378 minutes to go. And if TSLA keeps swinging like this, even a moderate risk tag can get dragged into the chaos.
Chanukya Varma, though, is the spark. Plus 847.9 this early plants a flag that says, I'm not just here to survive this ladder. I'm here to reshape it.
Either way, the crowd wins. Spectators get to watch insane swings, leaders pressing advantages, and deep red recoveries, all on one simple live dashboard of ranks and P&L bars. One big win on Chanukya Varma, multiple giant losses on Rahul, and suddenly the leaderboard has stretched. Roshan steady in first, Doc John safe in second, and the bottom half fighting for survival already. Right behind him, we've got Doc John in second with plus 125.5. Steady green, cool head, and absolutely in striking distance of the throne.
And then there's the comeback story brewing. Chanukya Varma Dasetti, tagged day trading, moderate risk, just ripped a colossal early win of plus 847.9 to claw out of a deep hole.
Leaderboard's twisted. Roshan still first on the day with plus 235. Doc John holding second, but lifetime scars say Chanakya Verma is the one swinging hardest right now.
Volume spike threshold was supposed to be a warning, not an RSVP. Apparently this lobby read it as minimum ticket size for the roller coaster.
Right now, staying flat at plus 235 is like running the clock with a lead. If everyone else keeps punting their accounts, Roshan doesn't even need a highlight to keep the crown.
But for now, he's the only one not auditioning for a risk management horror film, so that alone might earn him a highlight at the end of the day.
For Rahul, minus 1008 isn't just a member, it's a pressure cooker. Every decision from here is warped by the urge to get it back, and that's where tournaments are won or utterly lost.
He went from tiny green, plus 37, plus 51, straight into the abyss at minus 1008, all through Tesla, all in minutes. That's a full-on elevator shaft drop.
Roshan's event feed literally says flat. No trades, no drama. Just sitting on plus 235 while Rahul runs a TSLA demolition derby below him.
Doc John as well, flat at plus 4.5 on the latest tick. Nothing new fired. In a sea of overreaction, he's the one trader treating patience as a weapon. It's still early. 374 minutes left in the session, 11 tournament days total. But those plus and minus 1,000 swings shape psychology for days to come.
And for Tesla watchers, this is already a circus. Huge block trades, 1,000-share splashes, a sequence of red hits that would make any risk manager start sweating.
No other symbol even shows up on the radar yet. It's just Tesla, over and over, carving Rahul's PNL like a sculptor or a chainsaw operator.
This is exactly why the big win threshold is 500. Chanakya Verma smashing plus 847 is a scoreboard explosion, and Rahul crossing minus 1,000 is a warning siren that won't stop blaring.
4 traders, 1 wild symbol, thresholds already violated on both sides. This day 2 session is turning into a pressure test of who can survive the elevator without jumping out mid-flight.
Rahul, on the other hand, might want to consider a symbol that doesn't start with T and end with wrecked my morning. Just a suggestion.
Underneath the jokes, the math is unforgiving. Big win plus 847. Big losses clustering around minus 600 and minus 1,000. And a leaderboard that rewards survival as much as brilliance.
And TSLA is the only true villain on the screen so far. Every major red number tied to it, every volume spike lining up with Rahul's ID. This is a one-symbol war.
The event log even has Rahul stuck flat at minus 5.5 at one point. That's not a recovery. That's just the market pausing to catch its breath before smacking him again.
Strap in and keep refreshing that board. Tesla isn't done. The traders aren't done. And the next big number we call out might be the one that flips this entire narrative on its head.
4 traders, 300 plus minutes ahead. 1 symbol already claiming victims. The elevator doors are open, and not everyone is going to make it to the top floor today.
Don't go anywhere. The
But
next
don't
update could be
underestimate
Roshan
that top
finally
spot.
firing, Doc
Plus
John stepping in,
235 at
Chanakya
rank
Verma doubling
1
down,
this
or
early
Rahul taking
is
one
like
last swing at
scoring
redemption.
first in a playoff game.
For
It
Chanakya
may not win
Verma,
you the
the
series,
smartest
but
play
it
after
forces
that huge
everyone
win
else to
is
chase.
exactly what we
Because
see.
we all know the sequel
Flat,
nobody wants.
waiting.
Big green
Turn the
morning,
big win into a
boredom.
foundation,
Then,
not
what
just
if I
fuel
just take
for the
one more
next reckless
TSLA
swing.
trade?
This
And
is
suddenly you're
textbook
sharing Rahul's support
esports
group.
style drama. That's not just
Monster
a red
plays,
plays,
costly
costly
mistakes,
mistakes, big
and a
loss
leaderboard
explosion
that
feels like it could swing
double the
10
minus
places
500 danger
with
line
one massive
and one
order
ticket.
TSLA drive.
And it wasn't just
We
once.
talk about
The log
elevator
shows that
moves in
same
name
1,000-share
only,
TSLA
but
slam
Rahul
echoed
is living
again
it.
and again.
The
A
P&L
full-on
line
echo
stepped
chamber of
in,
pain,
hit
as the
every
P&L
floor
stayed
button on the
buried
way
at
down,
minus
and never
1008.
stopped
The
to
risk
let him
profile
off.
for Rahul right now is just
But
one
buried
word.
inside that chaos,
TSLA.
look
No
closer.
style, no hedge.
Earlier,
Just pure I
Rahul's
believe.
Tesla
And the
losses were
market saying,
smaller,
I don't care.
minus 653
And remember,
chunks on
one
800
giant green
shares,
swing from Doc
scaling
John or
size
Roshan,
up as the
and we're
damage
talking about
grew.
a full
A
leaderboard shuffle.
textbook tilt
Those plus
spiral in
100
real
and plus
time.
200 bases
The
can
quiet
launch into
middle
plus
plus 100 or
500
so looks
territory
boring
in a
until you
single
remember those are the
well-timed move.
traders who finished the day still
Give
in the
Chinook
tournament
Varma credit.
and not
He
starring in a
crossed
risk
that
webinar
plus
slideshow.
500 big win mark
But TSLA
decisively,
is still the ticking time bomb.
straight to plus
High volume, huge losses.
847.9,
Nobody else
and
stepping
then
into
hit
that arena yet.
pause.
You know one
That's
of
how
these
you
leaders
turn
is tempted to
momentum
take a
into a
shot at
weapon,
it later in the session.
not just a rush.
Minutes from open
If
have
you're Doc John
passed,
right now, you're
but the
watching Rahul's
story is
TSLA
just
feed like a
beginning.
cautionary TikTok.
Rahul's crash,
This is what happens when you don't set a stop.
Chanukya surge,
That
Roshan's poise, and
847.9
Doc
spike
John's
is a
patience
certified
set the
big win.
stage for the hours of
Chanakya
battle
Varma
ahead.
basically
And now he's at
detonated
minus
a gold
78.3.
celebration.
Doc John at 66.5 looks like the classic slow burner. No new events this instant, but he's one controlled push away from putting real pressure on that top slot.
Roshan still wearing the crown at rank 1. No fireworks yet today, but there's something powerful about being the one everyone else has to chase on the dashboard every time they look up.
Flat events at 48 basically say, I opened the platform, looked at TSLA exploding, and decided, no thanks. Honestly, that's high-level risk management disguised as boredom.
And we're only 20 minutes from the open with 6 hours left. These early wounds and cushions will dictate how aggressive each trader can afford to be in the closing hour sprint.
Every time that ticker lights up, we're seeing 800 to 1,000 shares trade. No nibbling, just full send, full exposure, full heart attack on every tick.
The symbol, P&L threshold, at plus 300 hasn't been conquered yet, but that big Chanukya Varma win hints that somewhere behind the log, a single name already turned into a temporary gold mine. 4 traders, 1 arena, and hundreds of minutes ahead. Today's chaos is just the opening chapter of the Dayrade elevator saga.
The saddest words in P&L history. After 847.9, and then a leaderboard showing minus 78.3. That's the financial version of dropping the trophy during the parade.
You can feel the tension building. Doc John and Siddharth have room to attack. The red zone traders are desperate for a lifeline, and every take on TSLA looks like it could trigger another avalanche event in the log.
24 minutes into day 2, and the calm has been absolutely obliterated. The Dayrade elevator leaderboard looks like it just took a wrecking ball from one single trader. From deep red yesterday to leading the entire arena today. Chanukya Varma's 375 isn't just a number. It's a statement that this tournament is far from settled.
And at rank 3, we've got Doc John sitting on a tidy plus 27. Still green, still in the conversation. One big push, and he's right there with the leaders.
Doc John at 66.5 is that friend who refuses to chase the meme move. Boring on the surface, but somehow always the one cashing out while everyone else screenshot regrets.
Siddharth's flat prints, before 48, after 48, are the mark of restraint. When big win and big loss lines are already crossed by others, choosing not to swing can sometimes be the bravest act in the room.
And it all traces back to one name on the tape, Tesla. Rahul just slammed it with size and got absolutely steamrolled, flipping from plus 37 to minus 1,008 in a blink.
1,000 shares of TSLA on a moderate risk tag. Rahul just discovered that moderate doesn't mean what he thought it meant when the spread wakes up.
But that's the beauty of this format. No one's eliminated by one bad move or one missed breakout. There is still an entire season of sessions ahead for someone to string together back-to-back green touchdowns.
I can't stop staring at TSLA on that dashboard. 1,000 share hits, multiple entries blazing the same loss line. It's like a volatility siren calling every would-be hero straight into the rocks.
If we see a fresh 1,000-share TSLA order from anyone after this, go ahead and file it under educational content for future risk webinars.
The moment another symbol lights up with 300 plus PNL, that symbol PNL threshold, we're going to see scalpers swarm like it's overtime. Fast trades, fast reversals, fast regret or glory.
And if you're watching from home thinking, I'd never let TSLA do that to me, remember, everybody says that right before they double-click the buy button with 4 digits in the size box.
Remember, that big loss line is set at minus 500. And Rahul didn't just tap it, he double leaped past it in one go, straight into 4-digit drawdown territory. And you know Shanukya Varma is eyeing that line, sitting at 375 with plenty of session left. One strong push, and he becomes the first trader to spike into official big win territory. For now, crown check, Roshan still king, scoreboard glowing green beside his name, and the challengers forced to swing harder and risk more if they want to knock him off that top step today.
The log even shows literal flat events, no change before or after, for players like Siddharth and Doc John. Somewhere right now they're sipping coffee while Rahul writes a cautionary tale in real time.
Keep your eyes glued to that PNL column. One flash of plus 500, one more minus 500 disaster, and we're right back into sirens, shouting, and leaderboard whiplash.
Every time Tesla fires, the damage is massive. Minus 1045 with 1,000 shares. Minus 653 with 800. These are heavyweight haymakers landing right on the scoreboard.
Right now, Doc John is the quiet one at plus 27. Basically just watching the fireworks. No wild symbol spikes, no drama. Just conserving ammo while Tesla raids everyone else's camp.
Siddharth, though, sitting frozen at 48 at one point and now deep red, looks like someone who watched TSLA from the sidelines and then picked the absolute worst time to join the party elsewhere.
But this is exactly where legends are made. If Siddharth can claw back from minus 244 to green on the day, that's a highlight reel comeback for the entire tournament.
At the top of the tower, it's Shanukya Varma Dasetti from India, rank 1, with 779.4 in profit. That is not just green, that is statement green this early in the session. Just behind at rank 2, another Indian trader, Roshan Palan, holding 192 in profit. Quiet, controlled, patiently stalking that big win threshold at 500.
Minus 69.5 is the kind of PNL where you swear you're fine, but you've already opened a second chart tab just to glare at it.
Rank 4 now belongs to Siddharth Pradeep at minus 466.5, a dramatic fall from yesterday's leadership into the heart of drawdown territory.
Still, even from 375, one ugly slip could send Chanakya Varma sliding. He's above the pack, but not yet safely clear of the danger radius below.
We've got a true spread now. Massive green at the top, deep red at the bottom, and 3 traders jammed in the middle, trying to decide which way this elevator is going to snap next.
30 minutes into day 2, and the calm is gone. This leaderboard is a war zone now, with only 5 traders still in the arena, and the numbers finally drawing blood. Remember, this is day 2 of 11. Every trade today is a brick in the wall that will decide the final crown. And we've already watched one trader smash through $1,000 floor. In second, chasing that runaway leader, sits Roshan Palan with plus 192. No fireworks yet, but that's a solid green foothold and a reminder that this race isn't a one-man show. But third place on a small drawdown is a precarious perch. One clean trade and Doc John can flip green and lock into the podium. One bad chase and he's falling straight into the basement pack.
You know you're in trouble when the P&L increments start sounding like car payments. Minus 653, minus 1,045. TSLA didn't just gap, it sent an invoice.
While Rahul is fighting the red tide, Chanukya Varma is cruising. 779.4 means he's already stacked more than a full big win on the board and is still labeled moderate risk, like it's nothing.
And it all comes from one decision. One monster shot on TSLA, 1,000 shares, a single trade, and the P&L detonates by minus 1,045 points in one go.
You know it's bad when the volume spike alert at 1,000 shares doesn't say conviction. It says please don't do this, and Rahul just clicked through the warning anyway.
This is exactly what the minus 500 big loss line was drawn for. Rahul didn't just cross it. He sprinted past it, dove off the edge, and waved at the camera on the way down.
When the drawdown is 466 and your cursor hovers over the buy button, that's not a trade idea. That's a horror movie jump scare waiting to happen.
Look at that. TSLA lighting up the event feed over and over. The same brutal minus 1,045 swing, repeating like a glitch in Rahul's memory every time he refreshes the dashboard.
And who's capitalizing on all this chaos? Chanukya Varma at plus 1,095, sitting in the captain's chair, watching everyone else wrestle with TSLA while he cruises at the top.
It's only 30 minutes into a 360-minute session, but big win and big loss thresholds have already been shattered. This is the kind of volatility that shapes the entire 11-day tournament arc.
That's not risk management, that's speedrunning the drawdown achievement. Minus 1,008 on one symbol, one trade. Rahul basically unlocked story everyone tells at after-hours drinks.
And remember, we still have 6 full hours left today, and 9 more tournament days after this. These early explosions may end up being the turning points we look back on at the finish line.
Right now, TSLA is the scoreboard siren. Every time that ticker flashes, we know something massive is happening. Either a daring comeback attempt or another spectacular account wipeout.
If Roshan decides to punch it, one aggressive push on a hot symbol, maybe even Tesla if he's feeling brave, that plus 192 could turn into a direct challenge to Chanukya Varma's 4-figure lead.
For Doc John, the opportunity is clear. Staying disciplined while others implode can be as powerful as any monster winner. The path from minus 148 to green is short if he keeps his nerve.
You can almost hear the thought process. If I trade more size, I'll make it back faster. The leaderboard disagrees loudly in bright red numbers.
We're only 28 minutes in and already seeing the full spectrum. Steady climbers, wounded leaders, and a TSLA kamikaze mission all packed into the same dashboard.
And at the bottom, Rahul Davis just turned minus 1,008 into his personal art project. This isn't a drawdown. It's a documentary about ignoring stops. Moderate risk, plus 1.09k. Either the tag is lying or the entries are surgical. Either way, Chanukya Varma just turned yesterday's horror show into a motivational poster.
And remember, the symbol P&L threshold is set at 300. If any single ticker starts stacking that kind of profit or loss, we're going to see another explosion on this dashboard just as violent as Tesla's hit to Rahul.
Right now, though, our spotlight stays on Chanukya Varma, leading, in control, and already across that 500-point banner like it was a warm-up drill.
But big leads have a way of inviting risk. Watch carefully for that one oversized trade from the frontrunner that can turn comfort into chaos in a single print.
900 plus events in, you can feel the focus tightening, scalpers zooming into every candle twitch, position traders eyeing those threshold markers like end zones.
From the viewer's seat, the story is clear. One titan in the green, one fallen contender, one shattered Tesla adventure, and two traders quietly setting up their own moves in the middle.
When that happens, expect stadium noise, rank swaps, big win fireworks, and maybe another jaw-dropping big loss if someone sighs like Rahul on a wild tick.
Or more realistically, TSLA just keeps handing out emotional damage while pretending to offer opportunity. Ask Rahul how that one good candle plan worked out for him.
Then there's Siddharth Pradeep at rank 5, sitting on minus 541, but currently flat. No trades firing, just a quiet PNL bar deep in the red, waiting for a redemption arc.
Stick with that dashboard. At any moment, another single line of data, another TSLA scale hit, or a surprise big winner can flip this entire story on its head.
Day 2 is roaring. The leaderboard is polarized, and this arena is just getting warmed up. Every next trade is a chance for another massive swing, another roar from your seat moment.
And spare a thought for Siddharth, yesterday's hero, today's borderline big loss statistic. The elevator doesn't just go up, it also drops without warning, and he's feeling every flaw of that right now.
We're only at event 986. By the time we hit the close, that number is going to be way higher. And you just know some of those future events will be more Tesla chaos and more leaderboard whiplash. If he throws a 400 or 500 point winner on top of that, he doesn't just close the gap. He drags Chanukya Varma into a full-blown shootout for rank 1.
Somebody out there is still thinking, it won't happen to me. That's exactly what Rahul thought before loading 1,000 TSLA shares and discovering what a real big loss threshold feels like in practice.
We'll be watching that leaderboard like a heartbeat monitor. Every new spike, every sudden drop, especially on TSLA, could mean another trader just took their shot at glory or disaster.
Rahul's minus 1008 is going to haunt every decision from here. Every time someone sizes up on TSLA, they're going to see his P&L in their mind like a giant red warning label.
5 traders, 360 minutes left, thresholds already shattered. TSLA on the warpath, these lobbies a powder keg, and every new event that hits the log could be the next explosion.
We're only at the beginning of Day 2's story, but with a leader reborn in green, a contender crushed by Tesla, and 3 traders walking the knife edge between them, the next chapter is guaranteed to be unforgettable.
And at the other end of the elevator, Rahul Davis is somehow sitting at minus 1008. This man didn't just hit the big loss threshold, he built a summer home beneath it.
Meanwhile, Chanukya Varma's story is precision. Single-shot entries on Goog and AMZN, a few hundred shares at a time, and each one carving another layer onto that 4-figure cushion.
The event counter already shows over 1,000 actions fired across the field. This lobby isn't shy. They've been clicking. It's just that today's headlines belong to a few gigantic swings.
Zooming out, this is the perfect early tournament cautionary tale. Size, symbols, and timing have already split the pack from plus 1K to minus 1K before Day 2 is half over.
Meanwhile, every TSLA print from Rahul is a fresh minus 1045. Same damage, same share size, like watching a replay of the worst play in the playbook on loop.
This is what polar extremes look like on a trading ladder. One player turning each execution into controlled ascent. Another proving how far leverage can drag you in under an hour.
Roshan's the quiet shark. Watch for the next 1,000 shares lighting up. But
Volume
that green
spike alerts
stack
at that
means
level
one
are
burst on
pure
any
adrenaline.
ticker could
It
yank him
means
right
someone
back
just
into the
shoved all
conversation
their chips
with
in on a
Chanukya
single
Verma.
candle.
For
Again.
Bonham 28, 356 minutes
green
remain
is
until
more than
this
it
window
looks.
closes. On a field
356
minutes for
and
Roshan
one crater
to
to
mount a
count.
charge. Staying
For Barnum
small
to
and
wake up
steady. For
might be the
Siddharth and
long
Rahul
game
to rewrite
for
their
this
stories.
11-day climb.
Minus 432
Big
with
if
no
there,
listed considering
style or
step
risk.
one is probably stop shorting TSLA with your entire soul. Either that's Zen patience or we're watching
Anything's
a man
possible
Googling
with
what
what
is a
is
stop
left.
loss mid-session.
Remember, we've got
Symbol-wise,
352
the pattern
minutes
is clear.
left in the longest
TSLA
window
is
of
proving
this
why it
tournament.
wears the volatility
Plenty of
crown.
time for the middle pack to turn
is the
this
precision
into a
instrument,
genuine chase.
and
for rank
AMZN
one is the workhorse,
Anytime you
adding
see
fuel to
AMZN
Chanukya
flash
Varma's
with a
ascent.
400
He's
share
not spamming
block
trades either.
tied to
One hit,
Chanukya
reset.
Varma,
One hit, reset.
you just know
Each
he's
event
hunting
entry is
another
a clean,
highlight.
high-impact strike that
Every
keeps his win
field
log
ticket
looking like
so
a highlight
far
feed.
has paid him like a
Watch
star
the
striker.
symbols board. There's
Goog
also the
and
psychological
AMZN
weight.
have
Seeing
already
one
crossed
trader
that
so
300
far
per
ahead
trade
can
impact
tilt
line
the chasing
multiple
pack
times.
into overreach,
Any new surge
feeding
there
more
could
entries into
rewrite the
red
day's
side of that
narrative
board.
in a heartbeat.
Chanukya
So
Varma
watch those
Desetti
size numbers.
has
If you
detonated
see
the
1,000
leaderboard.
shares on anything
Plus
again, that's not a trade. That's a
997.7
declaration of war on the big loss
P&L.
threshold.
Rank 1.
Yet the
He's
crazy
turning
part
this
is,
thing into a
with
personal
this much
highlight
time
reel.
left in the session,
Chanukya Varma's even
even a
logged a
deep
flat
red
event now,
hole isn't a
locking
death
in at around
sentence.
1150 on the
Just an
curve,
invitation to
saying,
adjust
"Yep,
or double
I
down
like this
on
lead.
disaster.
Let's protect
He
it
hits
for a second."
AMCM again for another
That's
300 plus
champion
pop.
discipline.
Then marks
Check the
flat,
event log.
like a racer tapping the
GOOG
brakes
and
just enough
AMZN
to hug the
back-to-back
turn
for Chanukya.
without losing the
Single
lap
trades,
time. Huge jumps.
Imagine
like
being
he's
tagged
speedrunning the
moderate
big
risk
win
and dropping
threshold on two
600 on
tickers at
Goog
once.
in one swing. Or if you're feeling particularly
reckless.
adventurous, that's just
You can
knowing
always
when
try
to
to
press
make
the
a
gas
brand new
instead of the
mistake on a
eject brand
button.
new symbol.
We've already
Spread the
seen the
suffering around a
thresholds
little.
matter.
Look at
Plus
those
500
Goog trades.
turned into a
200
springboard
shares,
for Chanukya
one
Varma.
shot. Plus
Minus
600,
500 became a
6.
trapdoor
That's not a
for
candle.
Rahul and
That's a
Siddharth.
touchdown bomb on a
These
broken
numbers
secondary.
aren't abstract.
Or
Their
alternatively,
fates.
for the current leaders to turn victory laps
For
into
Doc
blooper
John,
reels.
sitting just
Never
a small
underestimate
cut
the power
under
of
zero,
boredom trades late in the
this
session.
is the moment to watch.
Siddharth at minus
One
432
decisive green
is
push
literally
can
one
flip
big
his
win
entire
away from
tournament
detonating
tone
out of the red.
from recovery
Hit one
to
Goog
attack
style
mode.
plus
DC
600,
is the Dayrade
and suddenly
elevator.
he's
One
in the
candle,
green
one
and
trade,
back in this
1,000
race.
shares. And
The
your
symbol
PNL
bar
bar
is
teleports
basically
from
a 3x
forgettable
play.
to unforgettable.
Goog and AM Siron
Karthika
glowing like
Suresh at rank
MVPs.
4 sitting at
Tesla
minus
painted in deep red,
0.05.
and everything else just
So
quietly
flat, the
hoping not
P&L
to
is
be next.
basically a rounding error.
Roshan's
In a room
plus
of explosions,
152
That's a
keeps him
tactical nap.
solidly in second.
Because if
But
Roshan
with
decides to
Chanukya's near
size up and
1,000
connect,
lead,
we could see
the real
two
question
traders
is whether
smashing
Roshan
that plus
defends
500 marker
or starts
and turning
swinging
this
for
leaderboard
haymakers of his
into
own.
a duel
He
at the
didn't just
summit.
cross the big loss line. On the other
He
side,
built
a vacation home
each
on the other
TSLA
side
entry
and named
where
it
Rahul goes from
Tesla
plus
was a good
37
idea
to
at the
minus
time.
1,008. Big loss
It's the kind of line your
threshold is
broker
500.
screenshots for training
Volume
slides labeled
spike at
"Don't."
1,000 shares.
We've already
And
seen a
Rahul has
textbook big
managed to
win
hit both
and a
like they
textbook
were
big
achievements
loss
to unlock,
before the first
not
hour is
warnings
up.
to avoid.
This tournament
Shout
is
out to
not
Barnum
easing
28
anybody in at rank 3.
High
With a
win
tiny
rate
plus
metric once 10 trades at
6.58.
80%.
Might not sound like
Chanukya Varma
much,
just skipped the
but that's
metric and
green.
went straight for make
That's
each trade
momentum.
count like 5.
And it's one good swing
Efficient if a
away
little rude to the
from
rest of the
joining the
field.
Roshan Chanukya
If
chase
Roshan
pack. Flips the switch
What makes this
fires
session
off a
brutal
Goog
is the
or
time remaining.
AMZN play with
348
similar size
minutes to
and timing,
close.
we could suddenly be
348
talking
minutes
about a
where a
two-horse
plus
race at the top
1,000 lead
instead
can
of a
evaporate
solo
or
parade.
double.
Meanwhile,
on a
Tesla
handful
is
of
that teammate who
executions.
shows up late,
And
takes a
if
wild
anyone's
shot
tempted
from
to
half
copy
court and
Rahul's
bricks it off the
1,000
shares of
scoreboard,
TSLA until it
Rahul's
hurts strat. P&L is what the replay looks like in slow motion. The leaderboard already shows how
One
that
thing
movie
to
ends,
watch now.
and it's not
Will
with a
the
trophy.
rest of the lobby start
Because
copying
if a second
Chanukya's
trader
Goog and
starts hammering
AMZN
Goog
plays?
and lands
Or
another
will
plus
they hunt for
600,
new symbols to
that
avoid
symbol line on
becoming
the
background
dashboard
in his
is going to
montage?
look like a championship
Rahul's job
banner
is simpler.
waving
Step
over
1.
the whole session.
Stop feeding Tesla
Event
1,000
counter
shares at a
already
time.
over 1,000
Step 2.
actions logged.
Anything
This
else.
arena is busy under the
Literally
hood.
anything Everything else
Even
would be
if
an
the
upgrade
visible
at this
heroes
point.
right now are just Goog,
GOOG
Aemson, and the
and
Tesla dumpster fire.
AMZN are
The
the hero
leaderboard
tickers
spacing
of this
tells the
story so
story.
far.
First
Every
place
time
near
they
plus
flash on the
1,000.
event log, the
Second, a
green bars
modest plus
explode like a
150.
scoreboard
Then a
after
gentle
a
fade to
long-range
flat
strike.
and red.
If the symbols had
Every
personalities
decision from
today,
here
Goog
either
and
narrows
AMZN
that
would be handing
canyon
out medals,
or turns it
and
into a cliff
TSLA would be
face
demanding
no
blood
one can
sacrifices
climb.
from overconfident
For
dip buyers.
Rahul, minus
For
1,008
viewers locked on the
this
dashboard,
means the
this is the
tournament
pattern to
becomes a
watch.
marathon. Does
of
anyone
discipline.
else start echoing
Does he accept
Hanukya
the deep
Varma's
red and
disciplined
grind,
single-shot
or gamble
wins?
for a miracle
Or does
sprint
desperation
back to
push
zero?
them into
Every time
Rahul
that event
style
counter ticks up,
all-ins?
now you have to wonder,
46
is this
minutes into
another
day
Goog
2,
rocket,
and
an
the
AM set on
calm
lift,
is gone.
or did someone just
The
step in front of
Dayrade
Tesla
elevator
again,
just
which size
turned
they
into a
promised they wouldn't
two-player
use?
epic
The
between
middle
Chanukya
ranks may
Varma
look quiet
Desetti
now,
and Rahul
but
Davis.
that's exactly where tournaments flip.
And that's not just a lead.
One
That's a
well-timed
double big
surge
win,
from any of them,
blasting straight
and
through the
suddenly
plus 500 line
Chanukya
and
Varma's
parking
massive
almost a
edge
full grand
looks a
and green
little
on the
less
board.
untouchable.
Rahul didn't just tap somewhere out there as a
500
trader
more.
thinking. He sprinted past it.
Minus 1,008.
Minus
isn't that
1,008
bad? I can
says,
fix it before
sure, I'll
close.
take the express route
If
to the
that's
basement,
you,
thanks TSLA.
step
away from the 1,000 share button and
Check
breathe.
that event log.
We've already
Rahul
got
hit Tesla
momentum
with a 1,000
plays,
share punch,
cliff
one and done,
dives,
and it detonated for
flatliners,
about minus
and
1045 in a
stealth
single swing.
all in the first stretch. That's a max hype disaster of the whole tournament. Volume spike at
This
the exact
bracket is
1,000
wild.
share warning
Moderate
level,
risk, by the
and
way.
the scoreboard
That's what
just
the
painted
profile
a
says.
giant red exclamation
Apparently
mark
moderate now
next
means
to Rahul's
let's wager
name.
the account on one
Risk,
candle of
moderate on
TSLA
paper,
drama.
and when
Risk,
someone does create a 10
experimental
places at
practice.
once,
You know the
forms say
replay
one
is going
thing.
straight into the do
The
not
P&L
emulate
chart
folder.
says, "Bro,
Alongside
we need
Rahul's
to talk."
TSLA highlight reel
For
of
them,
horror.
it's simple. Hanukya Varma,
Do you
can
stay in
keep
that
this
middle
up,
pack,
nibbling flats after
or
big
do you
wins,
take a
Hanukya style
picking
swing
his spots
at
on
Goog
or
and
AMZN,
AMZN, and try to
he's on
leap
track
straight
to turn
into the
day
spotlight
2
into a
And
launch
for everyone
pad
hovering
for
around
the
flat or
entire
slightly red,
championship run.
remember, not
We're
losing
still
while
early
others
in this
self-destruct is a
marathon,
strategy.
But already the
It's not
Dayrade
glamorous,
elevator
but the leaderboard
feels
pays
like
in
it's
numbers,
moving
not
faster
style
than
points.
anyone expected.
Strap
And
in.
there's plenty of
Keep
shaft
those eyes
left
on
for
Goog,
more spectacular
AMZN, and
climbs and
TSLA,
catastrophic
and watch that
drops.
rank 1 crown.
This is
Because
exactly
if
what the
someone
symbol
decides
PNL
to
threshold
challenge
warns you
Hanukya
about.
Varma's throne,
AMZ on
this
ripping plus
board is
300
going
chunks
to
at a time.
explode.
Goog
One
dropping
big
plus
winning
600
play on
hammers.
Goog is enough to brag
These are
about for a
scoreboard
week.
defining moves.
Chanukya Varma's event list
Just
looks
remember,
like someone
for every plus
copy-pasted
600 highlight,
plus 600
there's a minus
as a
1,045
blooper reel waiting.
And that's how you
If you
build
time
a
it like
tournament
Rahul
lead.
did on TSLA,
No flailing,
same market,
just
different
heavyweight
life
punches
choices.
that land clean.
And with the
Each
volume
one
spike
moving the
line at
rank column
1,000 shares,
like a
the
highlight
moment
dunk.
we see another 4-digit
If it's
size hit the
TSLA
tape,
again,
you
just
know
assume it's
someone's
not a
either
trade.
chasing Hanukya
It's
or
performance
trying to
art.
speedrun out of
If it's
Rahul's
Goog
fate.
or AMZN,
Roshan's
buckle up.
dilemma in one sentence.
The big P&L numbers
Do you
don't
chase
come
a
from
plus
half
900
measures gap with discipline.
In
Or
third,
do you look at
Barnum
TSLA and say,
28
hold my
is
risk
holding a
plan?
modest
We're watching the
28.02,
birth of tournament
tiny
archetypes.
compared to the leaders,
Hanukya,
but crucially,
the front-running
still
technician.
green when half the
Rahul,
board has
the
already
early
tasted
cautionary
red today.
tale.
And a
Look
clutch
at
of
Kartika
cautious
Suresh in fourth,
climbers trying
basically
to
flat
decide
at minus
which story
0.35.
they want to
One
star
tiny
in.
scratch, but now the decision
Minus
is looming.
35 cents is
Stay
the trading
patient or
equivalent of a
jump into
paper
the
cut.
Goog Amazon storm
Hurts your
that's
pride
printing
more
those
than your
monster
P&L.
swings.
But it's
Doc
usually the
John
excuse
at
people
minus
use
20
right before they do
and
something
Siddharth
heroic or
Pradeep at
incredibly
minus
dumb.
Siddharth especially,
279.5
sitting
are in
just
that
shy of minus
dangerous middle
300.
zone.
Any
Not
attempt to
blown
catch
up,
up with a
but close
Goog-sized
enough
move
to the big
could
loss
slingshot him
mark
straight into
that
that
one more
minus
mistake
500 danger
could
zone.
flip their
50
whole
minutes into
tournament
day
mood.
2.
So
And the
zoom out
calm
on
is
that
gone.
dashboard.
The Dayrade
Top spot
elevator has
screaming
its
neon
first
green at
true
nearly
outlier.
plus
One
1,000.
trader soaring,
Bottom
one
slot
in
glowing
free
red
fall,
at worst
and a
at
whole
minus
ladder
1,000.
trying to process
This ladder
what
has
just hit
already
it.
stretched to
And
a
we're only
2,000-point
46
gap.
minutes into
Down
a
at rank
319-minute
Rahul
window.
Davis, also
This
from India,
is the kind of
has
early
carved his
divergence
name into the
that
danger
can define
zone
an minus
entire
1,008
11-day tournament.
if
The
nobody
first
answers
true
back.
big
loss of the tournament.
He slams that
Double
Goog
the
position.
danger
PNL
threshold.
rockets from the low
But let's be
100s
honest,
into the
The
700s
chat only
in one
wants two
flick.
things right
If you
now.
blinked at the
Another
dashboard,
plus
you literally
600
missed
Goog
half his
missile
day's
from
profit.
Hanukya,
In the
or
middle of that
TSLA claiming
spectacle,
its next
the
victim in
traders
glorious
with
slow
tiny
motion red.
P&L numbers
So if you're watching
might
that
secretly
dashboard,
be the
don't just
most
stare at rank
dangerous.
1 and rank 7.
They've seen what
Keep
the
an eye on
ceiling
that
and the
middle
floor
band.
look look like,
because
and
one
they still have
well-timed groove
chips left
or
to bet.
AMZ on
That's
breakout
how
from
champions open a
them could flip
tournament
this
stretch.
ladder on its head. Pick your weapons.
With big win
Swing big
and big loss,
land them
both
clean.
set at 500.
Shanukia Varma
The
is
extremes
turning
we're
groove
seeing,
and
plus
AMZ on
998
into
at the
personal
top,
scoring
minus
machines.
1008
in.
at the bottom,
Because at the first
are
42
double-size
minutes gave us a
outliers
plus
this early in the
997
session.
rocket
Keep your
and a
eyes glued to
minus
that dashboard.
1008
One
crater,
flash of goog, One
Imagine
surge
what
on
the
Amazon,
next
one
300
reckless
plus
stab at
have in
Tesla,
store
and
for
we'll be
this
right back with
Dayrade
another surge of
elevator
chaos
climb.
across the ranks.
For Roshan, this is statement time. Still solidly green at 125. One well-timed Goog or AMZN drive could catapult him from quiet second place into a full-on duel for the crown.
That's the gambler's crossroads. Do you see Goog's plus 600 history and think, opportunity? Or do you remember Rahul's minus 1008 and think, maybe not today?
And remember, with 11 days on the schedule, these day 2 swings are the foundations. Today's fearless pushes and painful drawdowns will echo into risk decisions all week long.
It's a perfect setup. Two shining examples on the dashboard of this is what happens when it works, and this is what happens when it doesn't, conveniently measured in the same $1,000 neighborhood.
And Chanukya Varma is treating Goog and AMZN like a personal scoring playground. Every plus 300, every plus 600 line is another victory lap around a silent, stunned leaderboard.
And the brutal part is the volume. 1000 share blocks on TSLA are the definition of the volume spike warning. Each swing smashing straight through the big loss barrier in one go.
Check that Goog column again. Every time 200 shares go through, it's another plus 606 like clockwork. And Chanukya Varma just keeps pounding that play until the scoreboard breaks.
Or he could double down and make it 2,000 shares next time. If you're going to speed run the big loss threshold, might as well do it in style, right?
From here, every big symbol move matters. Another plus 300 AM Xeon spike or plus 600 Goog burst can either cement Chanukya Varma's dominance or give the chasers a rope to climb with.
Siddharth at minus 250 is basically one miss-sized candle away from joining the minus 500 Hall of Shame. This is that awkward zone where discipline and tilt wrestle for control.
The big win threshold at plus 500 has already been shattered today, which means the bar for a huge play just got moved. Now, anything under that looks routine next to Chanukya Varma's run.
You know it's rough when your trade blotter reads like a broken printer. TSLA, minus 1,045. TSLA, minus 1,045. TSLA, minus 1,045. Copy, paste, regret.
Event counter says over 1,000 actions already. This lobby is clicking, scalping, hedging, but the scoreboard only remembers the bombs like that 600 Goog and those 1,000 deep TSLA craters.
For viewers, it's paradise. Every refresh of the dashboard could show a new plus 300 AMZN blast, a fresh plus 600 Google Slam, or another TSLA disaster movie in real time. For now, though, Barnum 28 is the quiet hero. Plus 78.6, a clean green buffer, and the only realistic challenger if Chanukya Varma ever takes his foot off the Googums and gas pedal.
Watch that symbol panel. Every time Goog prints a 200 share burst or ANC Ron flashes a 400 lot, you know the top of the board is about to wobble even further away from the rest.
Big picture. Goog and AMZN are wearing the hero cap today. Tesla, the villain mask. And every trader watching knows which side of that drama they want to be on when they size up the next play.
Because way down at rank 7, Rahul Davis is not paper cut red. He's minus 1008 PNL. Tesla just ran him over like a freight train and then backed up to check the license plate.
And the first one of them to slam a single ticker past plus 300 is going to grab everyone's attention. On this board, a symbol level explosion is the closest thing to a buzzer beater 3.
Keep your eyes locked on that rank column. Any sudden 10-spot surge past the rank jump marker will look like a rocket launch. And with the volatility we've already seen, it could come out of nowhere.
If he keeps compounding like this across an 11-day series, Today's plus 700 won't just be a good round. It'll be the foundation of a title run everyone else spends days chasing.
11-day series, day 2, and we're already hitting the outer bands of PNL. This is the kind of volatility that makes every future trade feel like it could rewrite the leaderboard in one shot.
Meanwhile, Roshan at plus 112 looks like the guy who scored first, and then watch somebody drop a hat trick 5 minutes later. Still good, just suddenly very average. And somewhere in the middle of all that, somebody is definitely telling themselves, it's fine, it's only day 2. Usually right before pressing their largest size of the week.
We've already seen plus 600 fireworks and minus 1,000 implosions. This lobby has proven it's willing to go for it. So buckle up for whatever the next 300 minutes bring.
The funniest part? Our high win rate metric hasn't even become the story yet. Because when you've got single trade swings of plus 600 and minus 1,000, nobody cares if it took 10 tries or 1.
If you're following the dashboard, pay attention to how rarely those extreme volume prints appear. Each 1,000-share Tesla or multi-hundred AMZN order is a declaration of intent, not just another click.
And that makes every upcoming order a potential game changer. Another Goog or AMZN rocket from Hanukkah, and he's running away with the tournament. One clean TSLA snapback from Rahul, and he's suddenly back in the arena.
As the middle of the session approaches, expect tempo shifts, slower, more deliberate setups from the disciplined players, and sudden, desperate bursts of size from those chasing their way out of the red.
Every time Goog lights up for Hanukkah Varma, it's another 600 plus surge. Those aren't base hits. Those are full field breakaway runs straight into the end zone.
Based on today, we've already confirmed 2 truths. Goog and AMZN will happily reward a good plan, and TSLA will happily punish a bad one, especially if you bring 1,000 shares to the party.
Day 2's story is already wild. 1 juggernaut, 1 wreck, and 5 wild cards. So stay locked in, because the next Goog rocket or Tesla disaster could be the moment that defines this entire tournament run.
And check out rank 4, Shebin T. Shaji at plus 7.53, literally tiptoeing above flat, while the event log shows a whole lot of nothing. That's a stealth game in a room full of fireworks.
Down at rank 5, Karthika Suresh is just barely below the waterline at minus 0.7. One decent trade, and Karthika can flip that to green and start climbing the shaft.
For Rahul, the comeback arc is clear. 1 clean Tesla reversal or a fresh ticker with a plus 500 move, and we go from tragedy to one of the greatest recoveries this event has seen.
And it's the same nightmare replayed. TSLA, 1,000 shares, 1 trade, boom, minus 1,045. Again and again in the event log, like Rahul kept hitting retry on the boss that one-shots him every time.
That's where Barnum 28's plus 72 really shines. Rank 3, no drama, no fire alarms, just steady green that can be scaled up when everyone else finally loses their cool.
Rank jump threshold sits at 10 places, but with only 7 traders today, even a modest surge can completely rewrite who we talk about going into day 3.
The beauty of this format is simple. Every trade can be a scoring drive. 1 symbol over plus 300, 1 volume spike over 1,000, and instantly you're lighting up the board like Hanukkah did with Goog and AMZN.
And the feed even shows him cycling positions. Goog win, AMZN win, back to Goog, back to AMZN. Like he's just bouncing between 2 turbocharged trampolines while everyone else is stuck on the ground.
For Barnum 28, rank 2 with just over 100, the strategy might be simple. Don't look at Chanukya Varma's column, pretend plus 649 doesn't exist, and grind your own game without tilting into YOLO mode. And TSLA is the villain. 1,000 shares, minus 4 figures. The kind of trade that makes you suddenly very interested in studying bonds and quiet index funds.
And don't forget, the symbol PNL threshold line is plus 300. So anytime a name crosses that, like GOOG and AM Seren just did, it's basically a flashing sign that says play of the day candidate.
Because if they don't, we're going to see more leaderboard carnage. Think minus 500 prints, then minus 800. Then someone Googling, what is risk management between trades?
We've already hit tier 4 fireworks on both sides of the PNL. Now the question is, who's about to answer with the next surge? Another Goog blast, an Amazon breakout, or a surprise hero from a totally new ticker?
If you're in the middle of the pack watching this, you've got two choices. Patiently wait for your setup, or open TSLA out of spite and audition for Rahul's sequel.
That's what makes these Goog and AMZN blasts so wild. If anyone else lands just one of those plus 600 haymakers, they're instantly on the same highlight page as the current leader.
Event count is already up over 1,000 actions, which means the arena's humming, orders flying, ticks printing, and somewhere in that flood is the next trader getting ready to either moon or explode.
So don't look away. If the first 54 minutes gave us a plus 830 rocket and a minus 1008 crash, imagine what the next 300 plus can deliver in this arena.
Same story for Dog John. Minus 52 isn't fatal. It's just enough sting to make the next entry feel huge. You know the hotkeys are primed for that one clean reversal swing back to zero and beyond.
Chanukya Varma, meanwhile, is playing a different sport. Every Goog and Amzin Poppy's book so far would be a tournament-defining play for anyone else, and he's changed several together in under an hour.
And yet, the tournament is long, 11 days total, and we've still got well over 300 minutes left in just this session. Early dominance can evaporate fast if emotions start steering the ship.
Third place with 3750 while the leader's flirting with 500. That's like bragging about your field goal when the other guy keeps throwing Hail Marys that actually work.
Because from rank 5 to rank 8, it's all drawdown. This is where the scoreboard stops being polite and starts listing damage reports.
Then we hit rank 6, Doc John at minus 52. Nothing catastrophic, just the classic, I donated a textbook to the market today session so far.
Keep an eye on Roshan though. Plus 70 with a moderate risk tag is the perfect launch platform for a late morning push. One big green symbol over 300, and suddenly he's not that far from the leader's zip code. That's a full-blown crater. Rahul is over the big loss threshold, 4 digits down. This isn't just a bad tackle. This is getting trucked at midfield and leaving your helmet on the 50-yard line.
You see 1,000 shares of TSLA, and the market just hears, please, I'd like to meet the big loss threshold personally. And TSLA said, say less.
What's wild is the repetition. The log shows that same 1,000 share Tesla loss echoed again and again, like Rahul replaying the same nightmare every time he scrolls the feed. While Rahul's story is one catastrophic swing, Chanukya Varma's feed is a pattern of precision, repeated Goog and AMZN bursts, each one a calculated step further into deep green. 66 minutes into day 2, and the calm is gone. Our 8 traders are scattered across the field, but the entire arena is staring at one name on the dashboard. Remember the thresholds. Plus 500 is officially a big win, minus 500 a big loss. Chanukya Varma and Rahul are standing on opposite cliffs of that same canyon on day 2 alone.
225 on the board with no style or risk tag even listed. Barnum 28 is that mystery striker just waiting to unleash one clean shot at the throne.
That's not a drawdown, that's a basement renovation. Minus 1008 off a single Tesla idea. Rahul basically rewrote his account as fan fiction.
If Barnum 28 can string even one GOG or AMZN heater like Chanukya Varma's, that plus 126 could explode into a real title chase. This is one clean drive away from turning into a two-player race.
Kartika's tiny red at minus 0.7 is the springboard spot. One decent scalp and she jumps the middle pack. One bad impulse and she's stumbling towards Siddharth and Rahul's danger zone.
While Rahul is getting run over, Hanukya is driving a highlight reel. 200 shares of GOOG, 400 of AMZN, flipping a brutal red morning into a clean green crown.
Look at those snapshots. Before minus 64.8, after plus 541.2 on Goog. Before 182.7, after 496.7 on Amazon. He's flipping entire sessions with single entries.
Minus 345.8 before, plus 260.2 after. Yeah, moderate risk. That's the kind of moderate where your heart rate monitor begs for a union rep. If you're watching this dashboard thinking, hey, maybe I should also send a 1,000-share market order through TSLA, please close your platform, open a window, and reconsider your life goals.
GOOG and AMZN are basically the official stadium of day two right now. Every major chair on this ladder has echoed off those tickers, and Chanukya Varma is their undisputed home field hero. So right now the map is clear. 2 in the green, 1 clinging the flat, and 5 taking heavy hits. This isn't a calm ladder. This is an all-out brawl on a vertical battlefield.
Goog and Amazon are the hot lanes. Every time Chanukya touches them, the log lights up with plus 600, plus 300, like two turbocharged corridors on the map.
The scary part? Hanukya hit those Goog wins for 600 plus, not once, but again and again. This is consistent explosion, not a lucky lottery ticket.
And you know the psychological mess that creates. Everyone else sees the minus 1000 slap on TSLA and either vows never to touch it, or secretly thinks they'll be the genius who flips it green on the next candle.
We've logged over 1,000 events already in this tournament window, but the storylines are clear. Steady grinders in the middle, one explosive winner, and one spectacular blow-up anchoring the extremes.
You don't have to be wild to win this thing. Barnum is the classic counterpuncher, sitting in the pocket with solid green, just waiting for one clean breakout to tie the game.
Honestly, minus 0.7 on this battlefield is like leaving a war zone with a smudge on your shoe. Annoying, sure, but compared to minus 1008, it's a vacation postcard.
If either Kartika or Shebin catches a single 300-point Amazon wave, like Chanukya did, they teleport from forgettable mid-pack to podium threat in one candle.
Of course, try to copy it on TSLA and you're more likely to copy Rahul's P&L instead. Minus 1000, and an urgent need for fresh coping mechanisms.
What's striking about Barnum 28's lead is the subtlety. No giant fireworks in the event log, just steady pressure, quietly building a near 300 cushion while chaos brews below.
Minus 1,045 in a single swing. If that were a sports score, the refs would call the game and send everyone home. Rahul just took the season's first super penalty.
Moderate risk label. But the P&L chart reads like I found the autopilot button on AMZN and Goog. If this is moderation, I'd hate to see the aggressive setting.
And it's not just one pop. Goog, Amazon, Goog, Amazon. A whole sequence of mirrored wins, same sizes, same direction. This is like watching a bot, except it's a human with nerves of steel.
On the other side of this battle, the quiet names tell a different story. Some traders still flat or barely red, choosing survival over spectacle in this 11-day marathon. And if Tesla reappears with another 1,000-share order in the feed, that could be the moment where someone either engineers the greatest comeback of this bracket or writes the reddest line of the whole tournament.
Shabenti Shaji at rank 5 with minus 21.72. Small bruise, not a knockout. One solid green move, and they're right back in the mid-pack fight.
Minus 114 is the I could totally get it back zone, also known as the exact place where people turn a red day into a campfire legend if they're not careful.
One big hit over that plus 500 big win line, and Sidorf could turn minus 338 into a roaring comeback. Don't count rank 7 out in a field this volatile.
For Siddharth, at minus 443 though, the stakes are harsher. He's flirting with the same gravitational pull that already dragged Rahul into four-figure red. One more misstep and the gap to green becomes a canyon.
You know it's bad when the event list reads like copy-paste trauma. TSLA, minus 1045, 1,000 shares. Repeat. That's not a trade. That's a recurring nightmare with ticker tape.
From plus 37 to minus 1008 in a heartbeat. For Rahul, the tournament is no longer about climbing. It's about finding a way to stay composed after Tesla ripped the playbook in half. 70 minutes since the open, 320 still to trade, and the spread from top to bottom is already more than 1,300 points. This leaderboard is stretching like a rubber band before the snap.
If you're watching the dashboard, do not look away from GOOG and AMZN. Those are the lanes where champions are being minted trade by trade right now.
What makes that lead dangerous is the silence. No flashy event spam, just a steady plus 300 cushion while the rest of the table sets themselves on fire trying to catch up.
Right behind the boss, rank 2, Roshan Palan with plus 37.2, solid green, day underscore trading, moderate risk, and close enough that one heater could sling them straight into a title fight. For Shevin, is one decent trade away from turning that tiny plus into a real statement. Just light up one ticker, and suddenly, rank 3 doesn't look so modest anymore. Buckle in, traders. Dayrade elevator is live. The symbols are raging, and every click from here to the close has the power to send someone flying up or crashing down the shaft.
Scroll that event feed. Aim them on green, Google green, again and again. Each hit is plus 314 or plus 606, popping Chanukya from deep red trenches up toward the surface in single bursts.
Remember, the symbol threshold for a standout move is plus 300, and Chanukya keeps dropping trades that double that bar. These aren't bumps, they're full momentum swings.
And every time that plus 606 ghoul candle hits, it's crossing the big play line for a symbol. These are scoreboard shaking strikes that could have easily put Hanukya in podium territory already.
But first, maybe consider dialing it down from 1,000 shares of TSLA. This is a trading tournament, not a sponsorship deal with your broker's margin department.
You can feel it. Burnham and Hanukya are setting the pace. Everyone else has to decide whether to match the speed or let the ladder stretch and hope for late tournament fireworks.
Lower down, rank 6, Doc John sits at minus 114. A slow, heavy drawdown, not catastrophic yet, but every next decision feels like it carries double the emotional weight. Hanukya's moderate risk day trading tag is fascinating here. The trades themselves are anything but timid, yet the execution so far has been precise, controlled aggression at its finest.
Every entry is the same horror story. Tesla, one trade, 1,000 shares, minus 1045. again and again and again, like the platform has a replay button for pain.
When your trade history looks like you accidentally leaned on the re-enter same TSLA disaster hotkey, it might be time to ask if the elevator is going up or straight into the basement.
The tragedy is that it started from green. Rahul was up 37 before Tesla turned into an avalanche, dragging that P&L all the way down to minus 1008 in a single storyline of repeated impact. 320 minutes remain in this window, but the psychological gap is already massive. Top traders thinking about extending leads, bottom traders thinking about damage control. Everyone watching TSLA like it's a loaded coin flip.
And somewhere out there, a trader is staring at that minus 1008 and thinking, okay, so if I just do the opposite of that for 9 straight days, I'm back in it. Easy game, right?
The mind game now for Chanukya is restraint. Those plus 600 goog strikes prove the edge is real. But can they avoid the one misstep that sends them back into the red canyon they just escaped?
Leaderboard check. India dominating the map right now. All 8 traders repping the same flag, but wildly different stories. From the calm apex of Barnum to the roller coaster of Rahul and Chanukya.
Roshan sits quietly in rank 2, but don't be fooled. One burst of volume on AMZM or Goog, one clean entry, and that plus 37 can snowball into a real chase on Barnum's lead.
Siddharth's minus 338 is basically the caution sign. Too red to feel safe, not red enough to make you quit. That's the danger zone where people talk themselves into hero trades.
If we see TSLA flash next to Rahul's name again, you know the whole audience is going to lean in. Will it be revenge, redemption, or just more red ink? That's edge of seat stuff right there.
Somewhere Barnum is watching that and thinking, could you not? Because nothing ruins a quiet plus 298, like someone else discovering infinite green on big tech.
Rank 3, Karthika Suresh, minus 0.7. Essentially flat. A reminder that sometimes the smartest play early in an 11-day gauntlet is to let everyone else detonate first.
Look at this climb. Multiple logs showing Chanukya buried deep red, then ripping back towards flat with a handful of monstrous swings on AMZron and GOOG. This equity curve is a roller coaster.
Chanukya Varma just fired a plus 606 on Gould. That is a single trade explosion, smashing straight through the 300 symbol threshold and lighting up the green side of the board.
From before values like minus 600 plus to after values brushing break even and even popping green briefly, each GOG or AMZ on hit is a full storyline from despair to almost triumph in one candle. Under the hood, AMZN prints plus 314 on 400 shares again and again. Goog delivers plus 606 on 200 shares. This is a precision strike pattern, not random luck.
At this point, Goog and AMZ On should send a thank you card. Dear Chanukya, thanks for speedrunning our bullish backtest in real time.
The thresholds matter. 500 defines a big loss or big win moment, and we've already seen both. Yet we're not even halfway through the window. The emotional fatigue will be as real as the P&L by the close.
The crazy part is how repeatable it looks. Same volumes, same profit chunks, same tickers. If that rhythm holds through the afternoon, Chanukya could turn day 2 into a personal showcase event.
Because if your solution to minus 1008 is another 1,000 shares of TSLA, I'm not sure you're trading anymore. You're just speedrunning a risk management horror movie.
And with over 300 minutes left, we haven't even hit power hour or closing chaos. Imagine these same traders when spreads widen, volume spikes, and everyone's racing the tournament clock.
Or we'll just see 3 more copy-paste TSLA disasters and a couple of heroic Goog saves. Either way, the popcorn trade is absolutely printing for the spectators today.
For now, all eyes back on the summit. Barnum 28, still king of day 2, plus 337. Cool as ice, while the rest of the lobby either grinds or gambles their way through the tech jungle.
You know it's rough when your event history looks like someone copy-pasted TSLA minus 1045 on 1,000 shares, just to make sure the lesson really hurts.
Up at the very top, it's still all about Barnum 28, rank 1, with plus 3, 21.72, flying the flag for India and flexing a huge cushion on the rest of the field.
So if you're at home thinking, I would have totally nailed those Goog entries, just remember, there's a version of you on another timeline that's right alongside Rahul in the minus 1,000 club, wondering what just happened.
Don't blink. Don't look away from that dashboard. One more Tesla nuke or Goog rocket, and the entire shape of this leaderboard can flip before you can even say submit order.
Shabin Tishaji in rank 4 at minus 19.14 is nursing a manageable cut, down, but still within range where one good streak flips the entire narrative of their day 2.
Roshan at plus 100.3 is in that itchy zone. You're green, you're close, and every flashing candle is screaming, take a shot at the throne. Scroll the log. Google win, Amazon win, again and again. 200 shares, 400 shares, single shot swings of plus 600 and plus 300, snapping the P&L like a rubber band.
Look at the arc, starting deep in the red, around minus 600 and beyond. Then each Goog or AMZN hit, dragging that P&L uphill toward break-even, again and again, like a climber refusing to let go.
Label says moderate risk, but the tape says, I'm stapling $600 tech rockets onto a minus 600 account. This is the calmest chaos you'll see all week.
We even see sequences where Haneke drags from nearly minus 700 to just under minus 3, all in a quick AMZ on snap of plus 314. That's almost a full scoreboard reset on one tech swing.
If this were poker, Barnum and Roshan are the ones stacking chips. Karthika is folding everything. Shanukya is going all in on suited connectors, and Rahul just shoved with 7-2 offsuit into TSLA pre-market. Down the board, Doc John, holding rank 6 at minus 114, looks stuck in the classic grinder zone. Too red to smile, too close to flat to justify a meltdown move. Yet. Or alternatively, one oversized FOMO punt and suddenly Shabin's having a Tesla-style therapy session with the bottom of the board. Pick your poison carefully.
And then, at the bottom of the elevator, we have Rahul Davis, rank 8, staring at minus 1008. And the fingerprint on that disaster is a single name, Tesla.
You know it's bad when the trade log looks like deja vu therapy. TSLA, minus 1045, 1,000 shares. Repeat. That's less a strategy and more a subscription to pain.
Hold this form, and Barnum walks away with a flagship green pillar on the multi-day chart. Blow it, and suddenly, today's advantage turns into just another cautionary story about overtrading a lead.
If this were a training video, it'd be titled, How to Use Goog and AMZN to Escape a Hole, followed immediately by, How Not to Use TSLA with 1,000 shares on day 2.
But that means stepping away from the 1,000 share TSLA red button. No more volume spike roulette, grind mode, smaller trades, actual defense, or this day turns into a case study in tilt.
Of course, ideal path rarely survives contact with flashing green and red. Give traders a volatile Goog candle and a leaderboard, and suddenly everyone thinks they're the main character.
Leaderboard watchers, don't blink. One fresh Goog or AMC ton entry at those sizes, and someone can leapfrog entire ranks in a single update tick. That's how sharp these swings have been. Right behind Roshan Palan in rank 2, plus 61.5. Nothing flashy, but that's a clean green buffer. 1 or 2 trades away from making Barnum feel footsteps.
Roshan might be sitting pretty in rank 2 now, but with Chanukya loading plus 600 shells on Goog, that 67.3 cushion can disappear in literally 1 or 2 perfect trades.
And somewhere in that tug of war,
But this is where
Hanukkya
tournaments
is
are
balancing
forged.
on a knife
Can
edge.
Rahul shut Tesla down?
One more
accept the
flawless
damage
goog
and pivot
burst,
to rebuilding,
and they rocket
across the
into
remaining
contention.
9 days?
One mistimed
Or will the tilt
entry
spiral
and that
claim the rest of the
remarkable
campaign?
recovery
Stay
unravels
locked
in
in.
seconds.
Every new event hitting that
Goog
dashboard could
and
be another
MZN,
plus
on the
606
other hand,
miracle,
are
another
wearing the
minus
hero
1045
cap right
meltdown,
now.
or the moment
Steady
someone new
instruments of
explodes into the top
redemption for
3.
Hanukkya,
We've
and a
got villain
reminder that
TSLA
names matter as
blowing
much
up
as timing
bankrolls,
in this
and
kind of
savior tickers
contest.
GOOG
Each of
and
these wins
AMZN
is more than a
patching
green
them back
number.
together.
It's a step
It's
up
like a whole
from a
drama
deep
cast
negative starting
squeezed
point,
into one
a climb
tech-heavy
from the canyon
leaderboard.
floor
Then Amazon
back
joins the
toward
party.
the leaderboard
Before, minus
plateau.
383.
Minutes tick
After,
away,
minus 69 again.
over
Same
300
plus
still to
314
go.
kick.
But
Same
already
400
the
share
pattern
swing.
is clear.
It's like someone
The
copy-pasted a
traders who
winning script.
respect their size are
And through all
floating.
of it,
The ones who
Quantum
pushed
28
too hard,
is
too
still
early,
perched at the
are
top
fighting gravity
with
the
plus
whole way down.
321,
Barnum's probably sipping
untouched by the
tea while the
chaos.
others mash hotkeys.
If they
If your
keep this
P&L
discipline,
looks that clean on a day
day
when
2
TSLA is
might
out here
become the
deleting accounts,
foundation
you're
of a
doing
title
something
run.
right.
As the session grinds toward the back half, pressure will build on the middling P&Ls. Players like Karthika and Shabin must decide, protect capital or fire a shot big enough to chase the leaders now rather than later. Every one of these bursts is pulling the account from disaster territory. Multiple times we see before around minus 600, after hovering just shy of flat. That's not luck. That's high-stakes execution under pressure.
Somewhere out there, a slower trader is still drawing trend lines while Chanukya's just speed-running the leaderboard with a 2-button Goog and AMZN combo.
Imagine another run. From around minus 650 to near flat in 2 trades. The tape has already shown it can happen. If we see it again, the entire mid-table gets rewritten on the spot.
The big win threshold is 500, and Hanukya's out here casually dropping 606s on GOG like, oh, that line? Yeah, I use it as a warm-up.
Right now, the hotkeys are cooling for a moment, but don't let the quiet fool you. One more huge order in Goog or Tesla, and this entire board can light up like a scoreboard after a buzzer beater.
We are over an hour past the open, with more than 5 to go. Plenty of room for redemption arcs like Rahul's, breakout days for Karthika or Shabin, or even cracks in Barnum's calm green fortress at the top. Siddharth Pradeep in rank 7, minus 545.5. That's a serious hole. But in a tournament with $500 swings on single names, it's still technically recoverable over the coming days. Look closely. Before, plus 37. After, minus 1,008. One decision, 1,000 Tesla shares, and the entire tournament arc flips in a heartbeat.
Shabin's minus 19 might not look dramatic on the screen, but that's exactly where overconfidence likes to sneak in. Just a little more size, what could go wrong? Ask TSLA how that sentence ends.
For Shabin, every setup now is flip the script potential. Hit one strong move, and that minus 35 turns into a springboard back into the top 3 conversation.
Anil's day reads like, I came, I saw, I refused to donate, which honestly might be the sharpest meta strategy on display below rank 3 right now.
Zooming out, this field has polarized. Roshan's plus 1.3K city at the top, Chanukya and Barnum in solid green suburbs, then a volatile downtown of red and tiny positives battling for identity.
No style, no risk tag, just vibes and profits. While everyone else role-plays options degenerates with equities, Barnum's sitting there like, yeah, I'll just be green, thanks.
What a comeback. QQQ throws him plus 445 in a single shot, flipping from minus 379 to plus 66. Then another push into the 200s. Those are game-tying drives out of nowhere.
Honestly, at plus 1.3K with 2 giant wins already bagged, the most alpha move Roshan could make is going for a walk and letting everyone else self-destruct.
He's already flipped from the red, before values like minus 200, into strong green after just 1 or 2 trades. That playbook works both directions if the candle goes against you.
Plus 37 is the PNL equivalent of warming up on the sidelines. Technically, you're in uniform, but nobody's clipping your highlights yet. One big trade and that changes, though.
That's the do no harm line. Plus 7 means you can still press the gas later without feeling like the session's cursed. But if you chase the wrong ticker, you join the minus 500 club in one shot.
Minus 160 is the kind of red that whispers, not screams. You can fix it with one solid trade, or you can decide you're a hedge fund now and turn it into performance art like Rahul did on TSLA.
At minus 470, every setup feels like a do-or-die decision. Size up and you're over the edge. Size down and you feel like you're wasting time. That's where traders force plays that weren't really there.
Look at these haymakers. AMZN smashes them for minus 627, one trade, 600 shares. Slamming straight through that 500 big loss line like a linebacker through paper.
Or more realistically, someone in the red pack fires that shot, misses, and upgrades their minus 400 to the deluxe minus 1000 suite Rahul's currently renting.
And though we don't see every click, the pattern of before and after numbers tells the whole story. Slow grinders versus one-shot artists. And the one-shot crew is putting on absolute chaos theater today. You can almost feel the tilt. Minus 1000, then a plus 354 goog, then another AMZ on punch. He keeps coming back for 600 share swings, like it's overtime and he needs a miracle shot.
TSLA just nukes him. Minus 1045 in one blast. 1,000 shares. That is an absolute big loss nuke, lighting up the dashboard in bright red.
TSLO doesn't just punish, it erases. You donate $1,000 in one key press and it doesn't even say thank you. That minus 1045 is the textbook big loss warning label right there.
One more SQQ blast, one more GOOG leap, or another TSLA misstep, and this entire ranking can detonate. Don't blink when that event feed starts scrolling fast.
Strap in, mute your inner risk manager if you must, and enjoy the view. Because at this pace, somebody's about to either hit legend status or accidentally speedrun a trading horror story.
Stay locked in on that dashboard. This is live. This is lethal. And the next green or red spike could be the tournament's equivalent of a buzzer beater from downtown.
At the top, from India, moderate risk day trader Roshan Palan, rank 1 with plus 1337, almost a 4-digit cushion over the field, built on precision and patience.
And while SQQQ is detonating, Roshan's also hammering SPY. One burst, 1480 shares, plus 426 on top. That's not a hedge, that's a combo move on the index itself.
Chasing that juggernaut, rank 2, is Barnum 28, also from India, sitting at plus 368. A solid green day in any normal room, but here it looks like trying to catch a rocket with a bicycle.
Meanwhile, folks like Doc John at minus 470 are basically one, I can fix this, trade away from learning what a 4-digit drawdown feels like. Spoiler, it doesn't feel clever.
For Siddharth though, Every green Google candle is siren music. He's already seen it drag him from minus 1000 into the minus 700s. So the temptation to size up is off the charts right now.
In the middle of the pack, Sheikh Samir Basha SM is trying to claw out of the red using one of the most unforgiving tools in the room, QQQ itself.
And remember, with over 230 minutes left until the closing bell, there is so much room for one more insane symbol level swing. Gook can fire again, AMC on can flip character, SPY and SQQQ can both reverse hard.
Minus 160 is basically the market saying, hey, gentle reminder that risk exists. The danger is replying, cool, let me double my size and prove you wrong.
Sheik's QQQ rescue mission is one of the best feel-good arcs on the board. Those plus 445 swings turned a burial into a battle, and now rank 4 is firmly in reach of the podium.
Plus 37 and plus 7 don't look sexy on the scoreboard, but they come with a free perk, the luxury of saying no while everyone else smash markets out of desperation.
These aren't little stings either. That AMZ on hit is a certified big loss, slicing more than the 500 threshold in a single swing, turning recovery attempts into straight-up free fall. We've already seen it once, a single TSLA or AMZN move tossing someone from green into deep red, a single GOOG surge blasting a trader up the ranks. This tournament can flip on a dime, and the dime is still spinning.
Right now, the hotspots are clear. SPY and SQQQ for the index brawlers, GOOG and GOOGL for the precision hitters, AMZN and TSLA for the people who like their PNL with heart attack settings enabled.
Down low, Rahul and Siddharth are starring in the cautionary tale segment. TSLA and AMZN already wrote the first chapter in blood red. We'll see if they insist on co-authoring the sequel. 1,000 TSLA shares on a tournament day is less a trade and more a personality test. Congratulations, Rahul. You have unlocked the maximum pain in one candle achievement.
Buckle up. If day 2 already has plus 963s and minus 1045s flying around, imagine what happens when someone decides to really push size for the tournament lead later this week.
What's remarkable is the tag next to his name, moderate risk. There's nothing moderate about those position sizes, so the restraint must be in the timing, not the size.
And what a swing at the top. Barnum 28, yesterday's pace setter, now bumped to rank 2 at plus 330.62, suddenly staring up a skyscraper of green built by Roshan.
For Barnum 28 in second, that gap is huge, roughly $1,000 to close. That's at least 2 or 3 solid threshold level winners, or one absolutely insane Rahul-style TSLA gamble, which we've seen how that ends.
Yeah, if your comeback blueprint includes the phrase, just like Rahul's TSLA trade but green, you might want to close the laptop and go for a walk instead.
And check, after that giant QQQ repair job, is now in that adrenaline afterglow. Heart rate through the roof, PNL almost neutral, hands hovering over the hotkeys thinking, I can do it again.
Symbol by symbol, the cast is clear. SQQQ and QQQ as broad market battering rams, SPY for index precision, TSLA and AMZN as high drama villains, and GOOGL as the quiet rescue ship for anyone brave enough to size up.
Rahul, on the other hand, doesn't have that luxury. When you're minus 4 digits from a single TSLA idea, comeback starts with closing the order ticket and hiding the buy button from yourself.
Sliding further down, Doc John at rank 7 with minus 471. Now we're in the zone where every additional red tick feels like an alarm siren blaring over the dashboard. Hanukkah's AMZN win of plus 314 doesn't quite hit the 500 big win badge, but it's still a symbol level spike, over 300 on a single line, enough to swing an entire day's mood in seconds.
The format itself adds pressure. American session hours, a defined window, and an elevator-style leaderboard where every rank gained or lost is visible in real time on that dashboard the audience is watching. For someone like Anil in third, the decision tree is subtle. Protect that plus 36, which keeps them in striking distance over multiple days, or lean into the volatility and try to halve Roshan's lead in one afternoon.
Minus 470 is basically the advertisement for risk management courses. TSLA's minus 1045 special is the fine print they don't show on the brochure. 1,000 shares of TSLA on day 2 is not a trade. That's a dare. Rahul basically looked at the volatility and said, "Hit me." And the market replied, "Say no more."
Right next to it on the replay wall is Rahul's Tesla nuke. Same idea, massive size, one shot, but instead of fireworks, it's a full-blown margin horror movie, deleting over $1,000 in one heartbeat. Look at the symbol heat map, SQQQ, T, QQQ, QQQ, SPY, TSLA, GOOGL, AMZN. This board is basically a greatest hits album of volatility, and everyone picked their favorite track to get wrecked or rescued on.
Combine that SQQQ strike with a 400-plus win on SPY, and Roshan's edge today isn't luck. It's a read on both sides of the market, long and short, executed with conviction size.
One trade 445 and suddenly you're only minus 31. QQQ basically walked up to Sheikh Samir Basha, handed them a bailout package and said, "Don't blow this second chance."
You can feel it. Each text symbol tells a different story for Siddharth. AMZN and TQQQ swinging the hammer. GOOGL handing out 300 plus lifelines, all while the net PNL dangles near minus 900.
But that GOOGL play plus 354 on 600 shares shows there's still a sniper hiding inside the chaos. If Siddharth can chain 2 or 3 of those instead of the heavy losers, this whole story flips.
And that's the wild part. We've already seen SQQQ and TSLA slam through the thresholds. Statistically, something else on this board is due to explode before the clock hits zero.
Roshan sitting at plus 1300 is basically the final boss in a game where everyone else spawned with a water pistol and unpaid emotional debt. Minus 6 is the kind of red where you don't even tell your friends you traded, it's just, yeah, market was fine. The real question is whether Shebin keeps it that boring or tries to cosplay Roshan with size.
Doc John in rank 7
Doc
at
John,
minus 470,
hovering near minus
is
500,
hovering right around the
sits
big
right at the
loss
psychological
watermark for the
edge
entire
of the
day.
big loss threshold.
A couple of clean trades
Another
can
heavy
restore
hit
hope,
could cross
but
the line,
another heavy hit,
while one
could
patient
turn this
winner
into a
could
very
start
long
knitting that
tournament.
equity curve back
This is
together.
where the heartbeat goes up. When
Then
every new
there's
ticket
Siddharth
risks
Pradeep,
turning a hard
rank
day
8
into a
at
capital
minus
emergency.
893.
If Doc John sizes up
And
now,
every
we
time the
might see
tape shows their
fireworks,
name,
for better
the
or
swings
worse.
are violent.
Yeah, Rahul's not
Hundreds
trading.
gained.
He's currently
hundreds
doing
lost,
mental math, trying to figure
symbols
out how many days of
cycling
good
like a
behavior it
storm.
takes to erase YOLO
Across the
1,000
entire
shares of
field,
TSLA from the
what
stat line.
separates the leaders from
We've
the
seen both
laggards
extremes already.
isn't just green
Roshan's
versus
composed
red.
blast on
It's how
SQQQ,
often they
Sheikh
cross
Samir
those
Basha's
big
precision
win and big
QQQ
loss
escape
thresholds,
versus Siddharth's
and whether
leveraged whiplash
size
and Rahul's
scales with
one-shot
edge
TSLA crater.
or with emotion.
And somewhere out there, Rahul's
A risk
P&L curve
manager
isn't
is
a line,
quietly
it's a
taking
trapdoor.
screenshots of this
That
leaderboard for a
TSLA
future
nuke
slide
turned a
titled
tiny plus
"Why
37
We Don't
into a
Let You
four-digit
Size a
crater
Thousand
in one
Shares
click
into TSLA
somewhere
on
a
a
risk manager just woke up
And
in a
with over
cold sweat
3.5
without
hours
knowing
left,
why.
we're nowhere near
We've
done.
already logged over
Anyone
1,000
from
events,
rank 2 down to rank
1,020
6
and
can
counting.
still launch a
So
plus
every
500
few
or
seconds,
better
this
and
dashboard
turn
can
this
rewrite
table on its
someone's
head
fate.
in a heartbeat. A green lift off like
Day 2
Roshan,
rolls
or
on
a
in the
red
Dayrade
wipeout like
elevator,
Rahul's Tesla
and the
experiment.
board has split
now,
into two
though,
stories.
all eyes on the
Roshan
champions
soaring
column.
in bright green at the
Roshan
top,
at
and a
plus
trail of wounded tech warriors trying to climb
1,337.1,
out of deep red
flying
below.
the India flag.
Remember,
setting
Barnum's
the
role
standard.
morphs from
Everyone else has to
serene
chase.
leader. Roshan was
disciplined
tagged as a
pursuer.
moderate risk day
If they can
trader.
Check the
stack
receipts.
And he's
consistent
Roshan
weaponized
just
that
hammered
this multiple
SPY
days.
and
Into the biggest
They
SQQQ.
don't
stack
need a
in
Both
single
green, both
explosion
heavy
to
size.
reclaim the
First,
throne.
1480
SPY
shares of
dropped
SPY,
patience,
1200 of
426 in
SQQQ.
profit.
You know you're in
That's not
control when
tiptoeing.
your
That's
moderate
driving
risk
a truck
idea
through the market.
casually prints a
Slams
400
another
going
900
SPY, basically the quiet
Back
crickets
to
of bull
back
market
green
before the
hammers.
real while Roshan and Rahul
Roshan
set off
rockets
firecrackers in
from
the
a few
hallway.
That
hundred
makes Sheikh
It's not
Sami
flashy,
Pasha's
but slow instead. You
1300
might
on
actually
board.
cash
even
this
more
race.
Because make no
impressive.
mistake,
From minus
Fewer
470
trades,
are moving.
one
to just
decisive
minus
strike for
31
plus
PSI is
445.
QQQ. That's a
And
vertical
suddenly,
line on there's
a
plenty
crushed
more room for
P&L
someone to
is
trigger another
almost neutral
fireworks
again.
level event on this
That
that
can flip the
Sometimes
psychological
less
swing.
Somewhere in the
is
middle
more.
of all this, TQQQ
Down in rank
and
3, Anil
AMZN
Sonone
have
is
quietly
barely
applied
green
for
at
jobs
plus
as risk
36.9,
disclosure examples.
hovering above the
If your
waterline,
trade history
waiting for
today
either a
looks like
breakout win
Siddharth's,
or that
maybe
one
don't show it
mistimed
to your
click that
accountant.
erases the day in
And
seconds.
yet, the
Volume
beauty of an
spike line
11-day
is set at 1,000
tournament
shares.
is that
And these
today's
traders looked at
villains
that
can
and said,
become
cool,
tomorrow's
let's do
saviors.
1200 SQQQ,
The same
1480 SPY,
AMZN and
2000
TSLA candles
TQQQ,
that
and
burned
1000
accounts
TSLA.
today might
Position
be the ones
sizing
that
here is more
fuel
suggestion
legendary
than rule.
comebacks later
Right
this
now,
week.
though, the story
But the
belongs
real
to
spark plug in
Roshan.
the mid pack
Plus
is Sheikh Samir Basha
1337,
SM.
rank
Dropped a
1,
huge green on QQQ,
SQQQ,
445
and
bucks in one shot,
SPY,
dragging
both
P&L from
glowing
negative
bright green.
477 up to
This is the
almost
score
flat.
everyone on the
You know
board
it's a
is going to
statement
measure
trade when you're
themselves
still red at
against
minus
for the rest of
31,
the session.
and everyone's talking
What's
about you like
wild
you just hit a
is that
game winner.
QQQ move
Sheik basically paid
flirts
tuition to
with the big
QQQ
win level,
and then demanded a refund in one
but
candle.
just misses. From towering green
It's a
at the
reminder
top how
to
thin
deep
the
red at
line
the
is
base.
between
This
a great
leaderboard
trade
captures the
and a
entire
legendary
emotional
one
spectrum
in
of
this
modern
format.
trading. Confidence,
Below
fear,
that, Doc
patience,
John
and
at
rank
rank
7,
compressed
with
into
roughly
a single
minus
afternoon
470,
battle, is staring straight
Yet
to
even
the
for
edge of the big
Rahul,
loss
the math
boundary.
is simple. One more
Two trades the
oversized
size of
misstep,
Roshan's
and that number
SQQQ
goes from painful
win in the
to
right direction.
catastrophic. And
We're
minus
still sitting with over
1008
200
becomes
minutes
a
before the
fighting
bell.
chance again.
220 to be exact.
The market can
Which
be
means there
merciless,
is time for one
but it
more
can also be
Roshan-sized explosion.
generous.
Or another Rahul
Look at
grade
this sequence.
implosion. TQQQ, 2,000 shares. Single
And it
trade,
all comes
minus
back to those
620.
key tickers,
AMZN, 600 shares,
TSLA
minus
and
627. That's
AMZN,
two
as
separate big loss-sized
unforgiving
haymakers
landmines.
landed straight on Siddharth's jaw.
GOOGL as a potential
Leaderboard pressure is real
lifeline,
now.
and the
Roshan pulling
leveraged
away,
index
Burnham and Anil
products
trying to
as
defend their
rocket
green.
fuel,
The mid-pack
for
circling
better or
break-even,
worse.
and the bottom
This
two
is
praying
whiplash
for that
trading.
one perfect
Big red on
high-volume
TQQQ,
breakout to change
big red on
everything.
AMZN,
Big green
For
on
Barnum
GOGL.
28, the
Siddharth's
key
chart
is
looks less like a
restraint.
P&L curve and
Sitting
more
at
like a
plus
seismograph during an
310,
earthquake.
you don't need to mimic
At the
Roshan's
very
aggression.
bottom, rank
You just
9
need to avoid
sits
Rahul's fate
Rahul Davis
and let others
with a
overplay their
brutal
hands
minus
as the clock ticks
1008.
down. One
TSLA,
single Tesla
1,000 shares,
decision,
one trade,
rewriting his
minus
entire second
1,045.
day in the
Rahul
tournament.
went from a tiny plus 37
That's the
to a crater
textbook
at minus
definition of a
1,008
max
in a
hype,
single swing,
max pain
straight
play.
through every danger
Over the
threshold on the
1,000
rule
share
book.
volume
The
spike,
thresholds tell
over
the
the
tale.
500 big loss threshold,
500 defines a
and
highlight.
straight to the bottom of the
300
standings,
marks a
like
serious
a
symbol
dropped
spike.
elevator.
And 1,000
That's why
shares
every
is where
new big
volume
trade
becomes a
feels like a
storyline.
touchdown.
And our
Roshan's
traders keep crossing those
SQQQ
lines
blast,
over and over.
Sheik's QQQ
And it's not a grind,
revival,
it's explosions.
Siddharth's
Roshan just dropped a
Google
plus
lifeline,
963 rip on SQQQ.
Rahul's
That is almost double the
TSLA
big win line in a
meltdown.
single shot.
Each one
And
reshapes
when
the
you
bracket
size
in seconds.
that kind of conviction, notice how the threshold 1,200 shares on an $500 marks a major win. You're not just playing for ticks. 300
You're
flags
rewriting the
symbol
entire
level impact.
leaderboard.
And
in
1,000
one
shares
decision.
signals volume shock
For
waves
viewers
whenever
staring
someone
at that
sizes
dashboard,
up too
understand
far.
this.
Through all that
Roshan's
chaos,
cushion is so
Roshan's
big
line on the
now
dashboard
that
looks
every
like a
future
champion's
trade
banner.
is about legacy,
Flat green
not
stretch,
survival.
then a huge
In
jump
that
on
shadow sits
SQQQ,
Barnum
locking
28,
in pole
rank 2,
position, while
holding
everyone
plus
else
3,
fights just to stay afloat.
10.67. A
The
strong
danger for a
green
leader
day,
like Roshan
suddenly
isn't
framed
losing
as the
today.
underdog story
It's
against a
overconfidence.
runaway leader. If the next
And for
big
Barnum in
trade
second,
turns,
plus
that
310
1,300
probably
cushion
feels less like
can
a win
shrink
and more like
faster
a
than
taunt.
it appeared.
Congrats, you're green,
Anil in third is in the
but
pressure
you still need a
cooker. Too
Roshan-sized
close close
nuke
to green
just
to
a
back
tie.
off, too far from first to feel
Shabin's
safe.
small red
This is where
at
traders
rank
start
4
eyeing leverage names
might
like
actually be a
TQQQ
secret
and
weapon.
SQQQ and
While
thinking,
others are already
maybe just
wounded,
one big
he
push.
can choose
For Anil,
patience,
one clean
wait
trade
for
flips that minus
high-quality
36
setups,
into a
and let
sprint
the
toward
carnage
Barnum's
above
lane.
Loosen up the
This
field.
is the danger
And
zone
if you're
where you
wondering where
either
the safe
climb
plays are,
or force
spoiler
it and
alert,
crumble.
they're not the ones
somewhere
involving
out there is a
1,000
trader
share
who
who took
took the
the
opposite
opposite
side
side of that QQQ
Staying boring
move.
might actually be the
And is now
spicy
wondering
choice
why
in this
that
room.
small hedge
But
feels
the
like a
real
car payment
redemption arc
evaporating in real
is at
time.
rank 5.
Kartika's in a
Sheikh
sneaky
Samir
clutch spot.
Basha SM,
One strong move on
clawing
something like
back from
SPY
deep
or
red
QQQ
to
and
minus
minus 160 turns into green.
31.5 on a
Miss it,
single
and she risks
Q,
watching everyone
Q,
else's stories
Q
evolve while
push.
hers stays stuck in
Minus
limbo.
31 never
For
looked so
Siddharth,
heroic.
the path back
Only in this
isn't
lobby can
another
still
hero
red
trade.
feel like a parade moment.
It's stability.
But that's what happens when you are
Stacking
flirting with
smaller
minus
wins,
500 first.
letting Google
Because
style
right now,
greens
every time
accumulate
Siddharth sizes up,
instead of
the
chasing
log
another
flashes another minus
TQQQ
600 jump.
miracle that could double the
AMZN.
damage.
Like his
When your
hotkey is
positive
bound to the
outlier is
donate
plus
to the market
350,
button. For
and your
Kartika,
negative outliers are
every
minus
decision now is a
620
tightrope.
and minus
Push too hard
627.
and you join the triple
That's not
digit
a
graveyard
strategy.
at the bottom.
That's a
Stay
generous
disciplined
donation
and you can
schedule.
still climb into
In a
striking
long
distance by the
tournament,
close.
your
Minus
worst day
471
doesn't
is
have
that
to
special
define
level
you,
where every
but
new
only
idea
if you
sounds like,
refuse to let one
maybe this time I'll
catastrophic
guess right,
decision turn into
which
a
is not a
pattern.
strategy.
And that's
It's a
the
confession.
crossroads
With
Rahul
big
faces
win
right
and big
now.
loss levels
Look
already
at this chaos.
smashed by
TQQQ,
SQQQ,
AMZN,
TQQQ, AMZN,
GOOGL,
TSLA,
2000 share
and
blocks,
QQQ
600
today.
share swings.
You just know
Siddharth
another
basically
highlight is
strapped into a
waiting.
volatility roller
Someone's
coaster
about to
and
take their
snapped the
shot
brakes off.
at Roshan's
You can
throne.
almost picture
Minus
it. The
620
sigh when
on
TSLA slams
TQQQ
Rahul
alone.
The fist
That's a
pump when
certified
QQQ
big
saves
loss nuke.
Sheik.
The
Tripping
stunned
every
silence
alarm this
when
tournament has
SQQQ
for size
catapults
and
Roshan
pain
from
in one go.
respectable green to runaway
Roshan's
leader in one
combo
blast.
on
And
SPY
anchoring
and
the field at rank
SQQQ
9,
is the
Rahul
gold standard
Davis
so far.
at minus
Perfect timing
1008.
on both sides
His
of the
entire
market.
fate today
Big share
wrapped around
size
one
and clean
brutal
exits that turned a
TSLA
solid day
decision.
into a statement.
She was up 37.
Catch me if you can.
Then 1,000 share
That's not a
TSLA
dip
play
buy.
drops minus
That's a
1,045
self-sponsored
in one go.
liquidation event.
From slide green
1,000
to deep
shares of
crater.
TSLA,
That is a catastrophic
1,000
big
points
loss
of
slam.
regret. 0
Yet with
survivors on the
more than
P&L line.
200 minutes
9
left,
traders,
even
11 tournament
Rahul's
days,
story isn't
and day
finished.
2
One
already has
monster reversal
everything.
on that same
Massive
TSLA name
SQQQ
could turn
winners,
agony into legend
TQQQ
overnight.
disasters,
Remember,
and a
the
TSLA
big win
landmine
threshold
that
is
shook
just
the whole bracket.
500 per trade.
Of course, that same
Roshan and
500
Shakes
mark
have
also
already
defines a
smashed
big
through
loss.
that line.
Ask
Anyone
Siddharth's
else who follows could
TQQQ
leap
or
entire
Rahul's
ranks in a
TSLA how
heartbeat.
that feels.
What
Spoiler,
makes Roshan
it's not fun
terrifying
and
is
educational.
efficiency.
1,200 shares on
1S,
SQQQ,
QQQ
1480 on
trade,
SPY. This is
1S,
volume that punches straight
PY
through the spike
trade,
warning threshold and
and
keeps running.
suddenly the
Or we
entire
could get the
room
classic end
is
of day
playing
special.
catch up
Half
with
the
a
room slamming
4-digit
into a
gap
liquid moves like they're
overhead.
trying to speed run for a
Moderate risk,
comfortable
they
red
said.
to, as
Why is
Roshan
my
hurled
P&L number
multi-thousand
4
share
digits
combos
now?
at the index complex like
The
it was a demo
field
account
is
with infinite
polarizing.
reloads.
Clean,
That's not a drift
focused
to the lead,
aggression
that's a
from
launch.
Roshan.
Roshan goes
Steady
from a few
composure
hundred
from
up to over
Barnum.
1,300
And
with
raw,
basically
high
two huge
volatility
punches,
brawling from
SQQQ
Siddharth
and
and Rahul
SPY,
at the bottom
detonating
end.
right through the
2
threshold.
trades,
Now the challenge is not getting greedy.
1,300 plus
Nothing ruins a
net.
heroic comeback like
Roshan
immediately
basically
deciding you're
speed ran the
invincible and
entire
upping size
tournament
into the
ladder
close.
and hit the top
From a
floor
strategic
before
lens,
anyone else
the middle
could
ranks,
press the button.
Anil, Shabin,
One
Karthika,
oversized
are
trade
in the
from
sweet
any of
spot.
them on SPY,
Small
QQQ,
drawdowns,
or a
huge
spicy tech name,
opportunity,
and we are
and a
talking
clear view
instant
of
rank
both the
shakeup.
throne
10
and
spot
the
jumps
abyss
are
below.
absolutely on the table today.
Or you know it's going to sound like another TSLA faceplant and we're all going to pretend we learned something valuable from it afterwards.
We've crossed the 1,000 event mark today. Every candle, every fill, each tiny decision layering into this day 2 narrative of extremes.
That much activity means traps everywhere. Late chases on TQQQ, revenge scalps on TSLA, and opportunistic snipes on SPY and QQQ, just waiting to explode someone's P&L.
We even have SQQQ playing hero and TQQQ playing villain. Same family, totally different therapy bills for the traders who touched them today.
If you're sitting mid-pack, you're thinking, do I send it now to catch Roshan or pace myself for the long game? That inner argument is raging behind every rank on that dashboard.
For Shabin, the temptation will be to size up late. The wiser play may be to let the leaders overextend while quietly stalking one high-probability entry.
Anil, Shebin, and Kartika, though, they're the ones who might press that button.
size up into QQQ or SPY, and either rocket into the money or join the 400 down club instantly.
Moments like that define tournaments. When a trader stares at a deep red and fires one decisive shot that drags them back into contention. It changes how everyone else feels about their own drawdowns.
Minus 160 is that awkward zone where your brain says double size to get it back, and your account quietly whispers, please don't.
For Kartika, this is where tournament discipline matters. Accept a modest red and live for tomorrow, or gamble for glory and risk joining the triple-digit pain club below.
This is why we call it the Dayrade elevator. Some are flying toward the penthouse like Roshan. Others are free falling down the shaft with TSLA and TQQQ strapped to their ankles. We're talking plus 354 on GOOG, smashing the symbol threshold. Then brutal hits of minus 620 on TQQQ and minus 627 on AMZN. That's a full highlight reel and blooper reel in one tape.
And let's be honest, with this crew, the odds of us finishing day 2 without at least one more $500 faceplant are about the same as TSLA going flat for an hour. 0.
Because once you've tasted plus 1300, it's so tempting to see if you can make it 15 or 17. And that's exactly how champions sometimes hand the field a comeback chance.
Or one more legendary implosion. Either way, the P&L journal at the end of day 2 is going to make for some very spicy screenshots.
Rahul went from plus 37 to minus 1008 on that one TSLA drive. That's not a trade. That's a full stadium blackout. A max tier big loss, blowing straight through the threshold.
You can feel the air leave the room on numbers like that. Rahul's curve didn't bend, it snapped, and now every viewer is wondering whether there's a comeback attempt or just damage control from here on out.
So across the board, we've got Roshan blasting SQQQ and SPY, Sheik using QQQ for a heroic rescue, Siddharth and Rahul taking heavy fire on TQQQ, AMZN, and TSLA. This is an index and mega cap slugfest.
Midway through day 2, the scoreboard has rewritten itself. Roshan Palan now towering over the field with 4-digit green, and everyone else suddenly looks underfunded in comparison. And just when that wasn't enough, Roshan stacks a SPY win for another 426, turning a good day into a tournament-defining statement.
Meanwhile, Barnum 28 sits in second with plus 272. And suddenly that solid green looks like lunch money next to Roshan's boss fight health bar.
But what an opening act. Big wins punching past 500, big losses crashing through the same mark, and symbol-level fireworks on SQQQ, QQQ, GOOG, and TSLA, turning this into real scoreboard drama.
With big win and big loss thresholds both sitting at 500, every trade that swings near those numbers isn't just a statistic. It's a turning point that could echo across the remaining 9 days.
Leaderboard math. Roshan leads Barnum by over $1,000. That is a full scoreboard gap. A buffer so big you can trade smaller and still force everyone else to chase like crazy.
Don't sleep on Anil in third either, sitting quietly at plus 36.9 with no big explosions yet. That's the kind of trader who can suddenly appear with one clean 500 plus symbol hit and shock the standings.
For Shabin, that tiny minus near rank 4 is an invitation. A single well-timed move on a liquid symbol could be the ignition that turns a forgettable day into a momentum launch pad for the rest of the tournament.
And for Doc John, Hovering at minus 471, the stakes are crystal. Hit just one big green above that 500 mark, and you don't just repair the day, you flip the storyline on its head.
From minus 1247 up to minus 893 on that GOOG pop, then straight back down after TQQQ and AMZN. This is the emotional yo-yo every day trader knows too well.
Rahul's minus 1008, though, is on another scale. One TSLA mistake that defines day two in a single entry. A reminder that size without exits can erase hours of good decision-making in seconds. Shebin T. Shaji at rank 4 with a tiny minus 3.19, hovering just under the surface of green, one careful decision away from joining the winners column for the day.
But in the short term, every tick matters. Every new order for TQQQ, AMZN, GOOG, SPY, TSLA could be the next plus 963 or the next minus 1045, and you can feel the traders sweating that reality.
Right now, though, it's the Roshan show. Rank 1, plus 1337.1, a towering lead built on a pair of precision strikes. The rest of the field is officially chasing the boss fight.
Anil at plus 36.9 is in that sneaky good spot, quietly green, under the radar, and one decisive move away from crashing the top 3 party for.
This is where tournament trading turns into a sport. Roshan's huge plays, Siddharth's wild swings, Rahul's TSLA disaster, all of it flashing on that dashboard like a highlight reel of glory and regret.
Every new trade from here till close will either carve into Roshan's lead or dig the red traders deeper. And with big win and big loss levels already breached, no one is truly safe.
But let's be honest, having to pull a plus 445 just to get to minus 31 means the earlier script was a horror movie. This last scene was just the surprise hero who shows up after the credits.
Yet buried inside that chaos is real edge. Those Google winners show Siddharth can read order flow. The challenge is aligning that skill with risk boundaries before the drawdown crushes the spirit. Just behind them,
We've already
rank
seen
5
multiple
belongs
events
to Sheikh
smash
Samir
through the big
Basha
win
SM,
and big loss
who
threshold,
has already
and there's
used
still over 3
QQQ
hours
like a
left.
grappling hook
This tape
once
is
today,
loaded for one more
hauling
explosive
themselves
move
up from
on
deep
any of
red
these tech
toward the
names or
surface.
ETFs.
That QQQ
Somewhere
rescue
out there, a
is
cautious
highlight
viewer is
play.
wondering how you even
Nearly
lose
plus
800 on
446
AMZN or
slapped onto
1,000
the
on
account in
TSLA
one
in one
shot,
swing.
instantly
The answer
pushing
is size,
Sheikh Samir
confidence,
Basha
and a
back
total
in the striking
disregard for the
distance of
phrase,
the green zone.
maybe smaller.
Kartika's minus
But that's the
160 feels
temptation
like
zone.
it's begging for
You're
one
not
more
destroyed.
trade.
You're
Do you
just
fire on a
annoyed.
familiar name
And with
like
200
QQQ
minutes
or
to play,
SPY,
the
or
urge
do
to
you
match
accept the
size
small
and chase a
sting and
hero
live to
trade
fight
is
tomorrow?
screaming in
That's
your
the
ear.
internal
Minus
debate right now.
471 is that awkward zone where
Zooming
you hurt
out,
enough to
the
complain,
Dayrade
but
elevator
not enough
is
to write
already
a dramatic
teaching its
quitting
harsh
trading
lesson.
post.
Size
Yet.
magnifies both
Then we
skill
drop into
and
the storm.
error. And
Rank
today,
8,
we've witnessed
Siddharth
both
Pradeep
extremes
at minus
in a single
893.
trading window, with a trail of enormous
Roshan
tech
isn't just
and
leading.
leverage tickets
They're
written across
redefining
the
what a
tape.
big day looks like in this
On
tournament.
the opposite side,
Plus,
Rahul's one trade TSLA
1.3K
implosion is the
with
cautionary tale.
moderate risk tag
Those
beside their
1,000
name,
shares above the volume
that's
spike line
superstar level
turned a small
efficiency.
green morning into a
And then
nightmare with
AMZN
a
shows
single
up like a
execution
horror
report.
sequel, ripping
Shebin's
minus
basically
16
doing
paid
pay-through
$3 to
and
spectate
yanking
the
the carnage
P&L
from
right
rank
back
4.
into the basement. Honestly, Google
Charging
builds admission
admission
to this scoreboard might be the
AMZN
real
knocks it
alpha
down for
strategy
fun.
today.
You can see the inner battle on that ledger. Precise green on Google, then oversized red on AMZN and TQQQ. Skill on one side of the brain, impulse on the other, fighting over the same account.
This was insane. Rahul sitting slightly green around plus 37, then a 1,000 share TSLA trade slams in for minus 1,045, and the PNL just falls straight through the floor to minus 1,008. For Siddhartho, the mission is survival. Minus 893, with repeated 600 and 2,000 share punches, means any new mistake could turn today into an unrecoverable hole for the whole tournament.
If Rahul queues up another 1,000-share TSLA order, I'm grabbing popcorn. At that point, it's not trading. It's performance art with a broker statement attached.
Roshan's SQQQ and SPY combo is the cleanest of the bunch. Massive share blocks, right on the market's heartbeat, and both pay out green. That's how you build a scoreboard lead that scares everyone else. And that Titan is Roshan Palin, plus 1,337 on the session. A scoreboard that screams, everyone else is just sparring while I'm in championship rounds. That SQQQ rip alone, plus 963, clears the big win bar in one swing. That's not just a good trade. That's a highlight reel clip for the end of tournament montage. For Barnum, the job is clear. Protect that plus 272, look for a high probability setup, and hope Roshan cools off enough that second place still feels within striking distance tomorrow. Still, holding second while the rest of the field bleeds red is an achievement. If Barnum 28 can find one clean, high conviction setup, that silver medal could start shining a lot brighter.
We've seen QQQ miracles, TSLA disasters, SQQQ domination. Don't be surprised if another symbol steps up with a volume spike and steals the spotlight before the closing minutes hit.
Rahul didn't just cross that threshold, they pole vaulted over it. If minus 500 is the warning label, minus 1008 is the do not try this at home fine print.
We're smack in the middle of the window, around 190 minutes since open, 200 to go. This is where traders decide whether today's story is consolidation or all-in gamble.
When you're staring at minus 477, finishing the sequence at minus 31 suddenly feels like walking off the field with a trophy and free merch.
More importantly, that QQQ recovery keeps Sheikh Samir Basha in the conversation. One more decisive read could flip them to green and shove pressure onto the mid-pack above.
Down in the red zone, Siddharth still has the tools for a miracle. Google has already proven it can print 300 plus winners. Stack a couple of those and suddenly minus 893 doesn't look permanent anymore.
Rahul's path to redemption is, let's call it steep. Climbing out of minus 1008 would take multiple over-threshold winners. That's not a comeback. That's a full Netflix documentary.
With volume spikes defined around 1,000 shares, pay close attention whenever you see 4-digit size flash on the dashboard. Those are the moments that rewrite this leaderboard live.
Rahul's 1,000-share TSLA entry counts as a volume spike too, just on the wrong side of the highlight reel, more like a blooper tape with real money attached.
Start with the bright spot. Google delivers plus 354 on 600 shares, yanking them upward from minus 1247 and proving there's serious edge hiding in that stock for Siddharth. Then comes the TQQQ hammer, 2,000 shares, minus 620, a full big loss magnitude nuke on a single leverage trade that just erases hope in one violent swipe.
For Barnum 28, the ideal scenario is a controlled attack. Maybe a high conviction SPY or QQQ position. Push that plus 248 up toward 4 or 500 without ever touching the TSLA landmine.
At the very bottom of the elevator shaft sits Rahul Davis, rank 9, carrying a staggering minus 1008 after a single encounter with Tesla gone horribly wrong.
Front and center is Roshan Palin from India, crushing rank 1 with roughly 1,330 on the board. This isn't a lead. This is a blowout highlight reel in progress. So check the spread now. Roshan way out front in four-figure paradise. Barnum 28 and Anil hanging in the green zone. And a whole staircase of red names trying to claw their way back toward the surface.
1200 SQQQ, 1480 SPY, Roshan is literally surfing both sides of the market, one leg on the bear, one on the index, and somehow riding them both uphill.
Meanwhile, poor Barnum 28 in rank 2 with plus 248 is sitting there like the kid who brought a scooter to a Formula One grid. Technically moving, but not in Roshan's time zone.
Strap in. Day 2 of the Dayrade elevator is far from over. The P&L elevators are still moving, and we are one wild symbol spike away from an entirely new storyline on this leaderboard.
In a room full of wild swings, Anil's scoreboard looks almost boring. And in tournament trading, boring can quietly cash the biggest check.
-5 in 4th place is comedy gold. You're technically losing, but the leaderboard still prints you as royalty, because half the bracket detonated themselves already.
Speaking of rescues, how about Sikh Samir Basha's sim? One powerhouse QQQ trade for plus 445, ripping the account from nearly -500 up to just about -31.
Rahul's Tesla disaster, by contrast, is the purest form of one-trade risk. No slow bleed, just one oversized bet carrying the entire emotional and financial load of the day's outcome.
That style is sneaky dangerous. You don't feel one big explosion, but by the time you look up, you've marched right to the edge of the 500 cliff without noticing the view got worse every step.
For Karthika, the next trade is everything. Hit a measured winner, and the story becomes a steady comeback. Overreach once, and they could drop into the same abyss Rahul and Siddharth are trying to climb out of. The fork in the road is clear. Doc John can either grind back with 1 or 2 disciplined entries, or chase redemption and risk turning a bad day into a historic collapse.
Google gives Siddharth a beautiful lifeline, plus 354 on 600 shares, hauling the account from around -1247 up to -893. That is a serious green beam of hope.
The heartbreaking pattern keeps repeating. Google delivers skillful green, but AMZN and TQQQ strip it away. It's a duel between trading talent and risk discipline, live on the bottom of the board.
If QQQ gives another clean wave, watch out. One more plus 300 style swing, and we could see a huge rank reshuffle as they vault out of the red cluster entirely.
Still, even for Rahul, a measured comeback is possible. Trim the size, trade only the clearest edges, and turn this Tesla catastrophe into a hard-earned lesson rather than an anchor for the remaining days. Let's rewind the turning point. Roshan didn't climb here slowly. It was a pair of huge hits on SQQQ and SPY that detonated the scoreboard.
That's a certified big win, straight over the 500 mark. SQQQ just handed Roshan a highlight reel play worthy of a trading Super Bowl.
But that belt paints a target. Every trader below is now measuring themselves against that plus 1337, itching for their own big swing to close the gap before this window ends.
For a trader tagged as moderate risk, those positions are massive. 1,200 and nearly 1,500 shares turn a thesis into a statement of intent for the whole tournament.
All it takes is one more SQQQ rip, one Tesla snapback, or a surprise QQQ breakout, and boom, the elevator doors slam open and somebody new sprints out of the smoke with a massive P&L spike. Rahul's TSLA play checks every danger box. 1,000 share volume spike, over the big loss limit, turning a tidy green into a massive red splat in one move. This is literally the risk management warning poster.
When you're still negative but celebrating, you know the prior pain was unspeakable. Sheikh Samir basically paid tuition in the morning, and QQQ just gave a partial refund.
Karthika Suresh in rank 6 at -168 is in that uncomfortable middle, far from disaster, far from glory, Every choice feels like it might define the day. For Doc John, the fork in the road is clear. Lock in the lesson with discipline, or chase a miracle, and risk turning a tough day into a defining scar on the leaderboard.
Google gives Siddharth a lifeline. 600 chairs plus 354. Hauls them from around minus 1247 to minus 893. That's a big green shot mid free fall. It gets worse. 2000 shares of TQQQ minus 620. That's a full big loss threshold hit in one leverage swing, just erasing any comeback story that GOGGL tried to write.
Honestly, Siddharth looks like two different traders sharing an account. One that prints money on Google and one that hands it all to AMZN and TQQQ for science experiments.
If you're hunting for the next storyline, watch Shebin T. Shaji in rank 4. Just a few bucks red, but one sharp read away from joining the green names and putting real pressure on Anil for that third spot.
Rahul didn't just size up on TSLA, they basically bought premium seats in the volatility blender and asked the dealer to keep hitting at 19.
For Rahul at the bottom, the smartest move might be patience. Accept the TSLA damage, preserve capital, and live to fight the remaining 9 days with a clearer head and a smaller chip on the shoulder.
You can already see the envy math forming. Someone's up 50, feels good. Opens the dashboard, sees plus 1392 on Roshan, and suddenly that tidy scalp looks like pocket change. And you know half this lobby is doing P&L math like, if I just hit one more plus 500 trade, I'm fine. Conveniently forgetting that the last plus 500 attempt became minus 1000.
And the craziest part, we're not even close to closing bell yet. There is so much room for another SQQQ explosion, another TSLA wipeout, another rescue mission like that QQQ slam back toward break even. Look at the path he took. SQQQ, SPY, flipping size on both sides of the tape. It's like he speedran the whole market and every checkpoint dropped cash.
Yet, in those choices lies potential. If Siddharth can pair that conviction with tighter risk, this same volatility could lift them instead of dragging them to the depths of the ranking. But that green number is quietly powerful. Steadiness in the top 3 this early sets a foundation for a late tournament push when volatility finally punishes the frontrunner.
But eyes on Barnum, plus 242 with very little drama on the tape so far, which screams one thing. They're waiting to spring a bigger move when the rest of the field is tilted and sloppy.
Anil's gentle green in third is fine, until they start comparing themselves to the fireworks above and the train wrecks below. Nothing tempts bad decisions like being slightly behind and slightly safe.
For Shibin in rank 4, sitting on single-digit green is like balancing on a railing. One QQQ or SPY flick, and you are either sprinting alongside Roshan or tumbling into the red squad with Karthika and Doc John.
Doc John, though, is in that annoying zone where you've definitely been punched but not quite hard enough to justify rage quitting. Minus 471 is the market's way of saying, wanna double down?
Siddharth's story might be the most dramatic. Big tech names, heavy size, alternating salvation and ruin. If they ever string 2 Google-style winners together without handing it back, the climb could be violent and fast.
Sure, they're still slightly red, but after staring at minus 477, you'll high-five a flat close like it's a championship parade.
With over 3 hours left in today's window, there's more than enough time for someone in the mid-pack, Shebin, Karthika, Doc John, to fire off a breakout move that shakes up every rank on this board.
That TQQQ loss alone, minus 620 on 2,000 shares, clears the big loss bar in one swing. That's a full stadium groan on the leaderboard.
But that's the subtle trap of a leaderboard. Numbers don't show how clean or chaotic the path was. They just invite you to chase. And chasing is the shortest road to becoming today's cautionary tale. This is where long-format tournaments reveal character. Who dials back after a huge wound? Who doubles down? And who quietly stacks small edges while the fireworks distract the crowd.
If the first half gave us SQQQ explosions and TSLA implosions, imagine what the final hour could look like when traders start pushing the climb or escape those bottom ranks.
Meanwhile, Barnum's plus 342 looks like the responsible adult account. No fireworks, just quietly making rent while Roshan is out there buying the building.
But in an 11-day gauntlet, that kind of measured progress is dangerous. It waits in the shadows, while the heroes on top take bigger and bigger risks to defend their throne.
Somewhere out there, a calm long-term investor is checking their index fund once a month. Meanwhile, these 9 are speedrunning the entire emotional cycle before lunch.
We've already watched a day flip from comfy green to horror red on one Tesla move. Don't be shocked if SPY or QQQ pull the same stunt on somebody trying to close the gap with Roshan later today.
If your palms aren't sweating yet, check again when someone sends another 1,000-share order into a leveraged ETF right before a reversal. That's when the real entertainment starts.
Look at the tape. Roshan is spraying size across the whole market. Almost 1,500 shares on SPY, 1,200 on SQQQ. It's like they turned the entire index complex into a personal joystick. Then stack another 420 plus from SPY on top. Same day, same trader, opposite direction. This is hedging, flipping, scalping all at once. And the P&L meter is just spinning.
And you've already seen what QQQ can do for Sheikh Samir Basha. A single 300-share shot turned a disaster day into a manageable scrape. Imagine a second strike like that before the close.
What we're watching now is a psychology tournament as much as a P&L contest. Who can stay patient under pressure, and who starts swinging from miracle plays as time runs down?
Siddharth's trade sizes alone tell a story. 2,000 shares on TQQQ with a P&L that red. That's not risk management, that's a trustful with no one behind you.
That move keeps them in striking range of the midfield. 1 or 2 more correct reads, and their name could flip from red to green before this window closes.
That minus 1,045 blow is literally more than Roshan's biggest single win, just in the opposite direction. It's a touchdown for the other team.
All of this is happening under the silent rules of the tournament window. America, New York hours, strict open to close. Every tick in that span etched permanently into the standings.
That's the magic of this tournament. 1 SQQQ blast, 1 QQQ rescue, 1 TSLA disaster, and boom, the whole narrative of day 2 rewrites itself in seconds.
Roshan even repeated those monster hits, SQQQ and SPY combos, showing up multiple times in the event log, like copy-paste touchdowns on both the long and short side.
Google actually tried to save the day, plus 354 on 600 shares. A beautiful green candle lifting Siddharth off the canvas for a moment.
Finally, rank 9. Rahul Davis, sitting at a chilling minus 1,008, courtesy of a single heavyweight shot on TSLA.
That's not a red trade, that's buying a season pass to the volatility roller coaster and realizing the bar doesn't lock before the drop.
And remember, big loss threshold is 500. Rahul just doubled that in one TSLA swing. That's a full stadium grown level of damage. But right now, Roshan has turned day 2 into a statement game. Everybody else is fighting for scraps, while that plus 1.3K shines like a championship banner.
And if you're wondering what not to do, just zoom in on AMZN, TQQQ, and TSLA today. Those 3 symbols are basically hosting a live seminar called How to Nuke an Otherwise Fine Morning.
Roshan is literally scoring on defense and offense. Short side with SQQQ, broad market with SPY. If there were style points on this dashboard, they'd be maxed out.
Roshan's biggest problem now is boredom. When you're that far ahead, every new trade is either victory padding or an audition for the "I threw it all away" highlight reel.
The temptation is to just crank size and chase. But that's exactly how names like TQQQ turn a nice plus 485 into Siddharth-style chaos in a heartbeat.
Anil's plus 36 is like bringing a water pistol to a wildfire. But honestly, with the way the bottom of this board looks, the water pistol might be the smartest weapon in the room.
Shebeen at minus 135 is in that awkward space where you feel pressure to make it back before close. This is how small cuts quietly turn into Doc John level bruises if you're not careful.
Doc John's entire day now hinges on the next one or two decisions. Steady hands could turn minus 471 into a survivable scar. Impatience could send them free-falling toward four-digit red. Rahul, meanwhile, has to decide whether to fight back or simply survive. After a $1,000 Tesla hit, even flat trades feel like victories of discipline.
With 180 minutes left, every trader is doing that mental math. Can I catch up? Should I push harder? And that's where the spicy decisions start landing on names like TSLA, TQQQ, and AMZN again.
You know it's been a rough ride when staring at tiny red feels like a parade. But after that QQQ swing, minus 31 might as well be confetti and fireworks.
Sheikh Samir's QQQ winner didn't just cross the 300 symbol threshold, it demolished it. A 445.5 slam dunk. Easily a highlight reel play for this day.
The key now is emotional control. Roshan must avoid getting reckless with a big cushion, while the red line traders have to resist the urge to gamble their way back in a single swing.
Barnum's mission is totally different. No huge swings, just keep stacking that plus 485 style of trading and wait for Roshan to finally have a human day later in the tournament.
But we've seen it before. A trader sitting near the bottom on day 2 catches a string of disciplined wins mid-tournament and suddenly becomes the storyline of the final sessions.
All it takes is one monster green run, another SQQQ-sized explosion, a QQQ redemption arc, and we could see someone rocket 10 spots in a heartbeat with that rank jump threshold waiting to be smashed.
The clock keeps ticking. 180 minutes to close, 1,020 events already in the book. Every new trade now is painted against everything that came before it.
He was up a comfortable plus 37. Then TSLA, 1,000 shares, minus 1,045 in a blink. That's not a dip. That's the floor disappearing under your chair.
If you're looking for a potential late-day surprise, keep an eye on Sheikh Samir. The mentality it takes to climb from heavy red to nearly flat often fuels bold but controlled pushes into the green later. Remember, we're only a couple hundred minutes past the bell, with almost 3 hours still ahead. Enough time for heroes, villains, and full character arcs on this leaderboard. The next phase of this window will test one thing above all. Who can trade their plan, and who will trade their feelings after staring at this volatile scoreboard for hours?
Every time SQQQ jiggles, you can almost feel Roshan's PNL graph twitch. 1,200 shares means even a tiny move is like a mini earthquake under that top rank.
2 bullets fired, 2 bullseyes hit. Roshan playing tournament mode while half the lobby is still in practice range, spraying at everything that moves.
The volatility is already proven it can jump from calm to chaos in one trade. TSLA, TQQQ, SQQQ, QQQ. Any of them can light up that board again without warning. Siddharth has basically speedrun every setting on that panel. Huge share size, leverage DTF, big tech names, all in a compact burst of trades. And the PNL graph shows every heartbeat of it.
I keep coming back to that Sheik QQQ reversal. 445 green on 300 shares. That's the kind of swing you circle on a chart and call the turning point of your day.
For Doc John, The story is quieter, but just as crucial. Minus 471 could still be tomorrow's funny anecdote, or the first chapter of a downward spiral if frustration wins.
With only one big monster up top, that mid-pack could flip in seconds. One sharp scalp from Anil, and suddenly fourth isn't just survival. It's a launchpad toward the podium.
Because that QQQ trade was a statement. 300 shares, plus 445, and Sheikh Samir Basha basically dragged the account from the basement back to almost even in one heroic swing.
Crucially, that rescue keeps Sheikh Samir Basha within one or two solid trades of flipping to green and leaping toward the center of the pack before the closing bell today.
For Kartika, every new position now feels oversized. Because from minus 135, a clean winner snaps you toward flat, but a frustrated misread can send you plummeting into deep red company instantly.
Roshan's advantage is huge, but it's not invincible. One badly timed SQQQ or SPY misfire with that kind of size and this shiny green tower could take a brutal chunk out of its own foundation.
Some folks are clearly skipping the tutorial text, to be fair. Leverage bad, risk good apparently reads as a side quest instead of the main story.
Look at that sequence. AMZN, GOGL, TQQQ, 600 to 2000 shares at a time. This isn't trading. This is a full-on barrage. The hotkeys are smoking.
Google actually throws Siddharth a lifeline. 600 shares swinging, plus 354, yanking that P&L up and proving there's real edge hiding in all that chaos.
It's a split-screen performance. On one side, a trader reading Google beautifully. On the other, someone handing that edge back to AMZN and TQQQ with oversized, undisciplined swings.
You can practically see it in the event log. Google gives him air, AMZ on, and TQQQ pull the plug. If that pattern breaks, so does the storyline of constant self-sabotage.
But that's what makes this so electric. Every name on this board still has a path to glory. Whether it's protecting a giant lead, clawing out of the pit, or launching a surprise run out of mid-pack obscurity.
That single oversized bet rewrites Rahul's entire tournament arc, long series or not. Climbing back from four-figure red on day 2 will demand patience few traders actually have.
We're 218 minutes past the opening bell, 172 to go. Right in that danger zone where tired eyes on Leaderboard MB start pressing extra size into every breakout.
The tournament stretches across 11 days, but days like this set the tone. If Roshan holds, the rest play catch-up. If someone else hits a monster, the entire narrative flips before day 3 even begins. Every click, every share size, every decision from here on is amplified by the clock. And by the knowledge that day 2, scars or trophies, could shape the rest of this 11-day odyssey. And it wasn't just one lucky shot. Roshan stacks SPY wins alongside that SQQQ monster, calmly capturing both directions and turning intraday volatility into a personal scoring engine. If there's a comeback story brewing today, it's Sheikh Samir Basha, the trader who has seen both ends of the elevator, from heavy red to near flat, thanks to that single, decisive QQQ read. For Siddharth, the story is less about the P&L number and more about the internal battle. There is proof of skill on Google, but the discipline to walk away from AMZN and TQQQ still hasn't shown up. That QQQ rescue is more than numbers. It keeps Sheikh Samir Basha within striking distance of the green names, just 1 or 2 solid reads from crashing the top 3 party.
You're not wrecked, you're not fine, you're just uncomfortable. That's the worst place to be when the close is still hours away and temptation is loading on every candle.
Then there's Doc John in rank 7 at minus 471, just below the 500 pain marker, hovering on the edge between manageable setback and psychological tilt.
One well-timed winner and Doc John's back in the fight. One frustrated oversize and that PNL could be racing Rahul and Siddharth to the bottom tier of the board. Look at the sequence. GOOGL, AMZN, TQQQ, each with 600 to 2000 shares. Siddharth is practically speed running the big size challenge on hard difficulty.
And then AMZN walks in like a cartoon villain. Minus 627, yoinks the progress and shoves Siddharth straight back toward that 900 down pit.
We've seen it already. Sheikh Samir Basha with QQQ, Roshan with SQQQ, Siddharth both building and blowing edges on GOOGL and TQQQ. This leaderboard can snap like a rubber band with the right volume spike.
With 9 traders, the gaps between ranks are meaningful. Tiny spreads in the middle, a chasm at the top, and a pit forming at the bottom, with Rahul and Siddharth struggling against gravity.
Shebin's in that sweet spot. Small green, barely noticed, but just one breakout trade away from suddenly being the headline if they size correctly on a QQQ or SPY push.
For Barnum, the calculus is different. Do you press your advantage, risking that comfortable green, or simply shadow Roshan and trust that consistency over 11 days can topple a single explosive outlier?
And still, every time we zoom out, the story returns to Roshan, plus 1300, a full 4 digits above water, while everyone else fights over scraps of momentum.
But this is only day 2 of 11. The leaderboard today feels permanent, yet there is more than a week of candles waiting to rewrite every one of these stories.
And at the other end, Rahul's TSLA scar is going to color every decision tomorrow. Do they tighten up and grind, or fire back with another 1,000-share haymaker into the volatility storm?
Front and center, it's all about Roshan Palan, plus 1,329 on the day, sitting in rank 1 like the final boss of this tournament lobby.
Think about that for a second. 4 figures of green, spawned from a bear side bet on SQQQ. That's not just a trade. That's a declaration that Roshan can weaponize volatility itself.
Moderate risk profile, by the way. Just in case you were wondering what moderate means when you're playing with SQQQ and SPY, like juggling chainsaws on a balance beam. That PNL is the definition of responsible, green, controlled, respectable, and absolutely impossible to brag about while Roshan's scoreboard looks like a lottery commercial right above you. The worst part? Every small win after a minus 1,000 hit feels boring, so your brain immediately wants to try just one more big Tesla idea. That's how legends of ruin are written.
Rank 3, Anil Sonune, quietly parked at plus 36.9. A slim cushion, but crucial separation from the red tide forming just beneath the podium spots.
That swing is wild. They were buried at around minus 477, hit one clean QQQ read, and the PNL graph just ripped straight up like the elevator skipped 10 floors at once.
If anyone's quietly poised for a late day push, it's Barnum. Already green, low drama, and just waiting for that one clean setup on a liquid name to close the gap a little on Roshan.
Minus 893 on the sheet, but it reads like two traders live inside that username. One who should be teaching Google classes, and one who keeps letting AMZN run demolition practice on the balance.
Zoom out from individual carnage and look at the tape. SQQQ, SPY, QQQ, TQQQ, TSLA, AMZN, GOOGL. This tournament is basically a highlight reel of everything volatile on the screen today.
With 9 traders, 11 days, and this kind of volatility, every afternoon is basically overtime. No lead is safe if someone decides to fire with real conviction on these big names.
It's not just the win size, it's the combination. Leveraged inverse in SQQQ and the market bellwether SPY, both green. That suggests Roshan isn't just guessing direction, he's reading structure and timing on both sides of the tape.
The midboard is a pressure cooker. Tiny green cushions at the top, heavy red hanging at the bottom, and one big trade could shove anybody 3 or 4 ranks in either direction.
It's the classic move. Be a genius on your best names and then let the worst names borrow the account like a rental car with no insurance. AMZN and TQQQ definitely hit the curb a few times today.
That TSLA hammer on Rahul, minus 1,045 on 1,000 shares, is basically a trading equivalent of going for a 60-yard field goal and shanking it straight into the parking lot.
On the flip side, traders like Anil and Barnum have a completely different battle. How do you stay aggressive enough to climb without letting Roshan's huge lead trick you into ditching the risk rules that got you green in the first place?
Because nothing ruins a solid plus 200 day faster than waking up and deciding, today I am also a TQQQ scalper, after watching someone else's highlight reel.
Then Spy follows up for another 426.6, back-to-back big number hits, like he longed the market and shorted gravity at the same time. Rahul was actually green, around plus 37, and then out of nowhere, a 1,000 share swing at TSLA, minus 1,045, and the entire tournament floor just collapsed under his feet.
That's the TSLA experience in one chart. You feel like a genius at plus 37. You feel like a documentary subject after minus 1,000, all before lunch.
We've got Amazon blowing accounts up, Google offering lifelines, TQQQ trading like a chainsaw, Spy behaving just long enough for Roshan to farm it, and Tesla, well, Tesla is doing Tesla things as usual.
One decent push, one clean trade near that 300 symbol threshold, and Bevan could leapfrog straight onto the podium, turning this tidy green into a real statement score.
But you know they're itching, watching TQQQ and TSLA rip around, seeing Roshan's SQQQ and SPY wins, thinking if I just size up once. This is exactly where patience and FOMO start arm wrestling on the hotkeys.
Shabin with plus 55 is basically one misclick away from joining the red choir. Nice little buffer, but a single TQQQ impulse buy turns that third place line into a cautionary tale real fast.
Meanwhile, Doc John at minus 483 is in the danger pocket. One more bad swing and they're down with the four-figure losers. One clean scalp and they're back in touch with Kartika and Sheikh Samir Basha.
Symbol by symbol, you can see the personalities. Spy, steady but powerful in the right hands. SQQQ, explosive. QQQ, offering sharp relief rallies. TQQQ and TSLA, punishing hubris. And AMZN, flipping coins with trader emotions.
But remember, this isn't a one-day contest. Minus 1008 is a crater, but it's also a platform for a miracle run if Rahul can chain together a week of discipline, green stacking days from here.
At rank 7, Karthika Suresh wears one of the sharper hits of the session, minus 301.7 on TQQQ, a single trade with 1,640 shares that never gave them a chance to breathe. Lower on the board, Siddharth Pradeep's day is a study in extremes. Google offering relief, TQQQ and AMZN punishing every misstep, each symbol carving the P&L in a different direction.
When your only green friend is Google and TQQQ plus AMZN are tag teaming your account, that's not a trading plan. That's a group project gone horribly wrong.
But the heaviest single hit of the day belongs to Rahul Davis, TSLA, 1,000 shares minus 1,045 in a single swing, flipping him from small green to a brutal minus 1,008 overall. Right now, though, all eyes are on that rank 1 slot. Roshan's plus 1329 is the line in the sand. The score the rest of this lobby dreams of matching as the series grinds on.
Bevan's plus 42 is similar, small, steady, and vital. Those are the traders who might not headline today, but could quietly rise into contention if the high volatility crowd keeps self-destructing. Two trades tell the story. NSPY, just 2 clean hits, and Roshan has carved out more than $1,000 in realized edge, while most of the field is still wrestling their first mistake.
Then you pan down to second place. Barnum 28 at plus 205.52. Good trading, but next to Roshan it looks like a lunch money win sitting beside a lottery jackpot.
In third, Shebin T. Shaji sits at plus 121.24. Nothing flashy showing on the event tape, but that's the sneaky type of P&L that can explode later if they find one clean momentum wave.
Or alternatively, 9 more days for people to find increasingly creative ways to mismanage TSLA and TQQQ. Either way, the content is safe.
Check out rank 6, Sheikh Samir Basha Smith. Started deep red at minus 477, then rips a single QQQ trade for plus 445.5 on 300 shares, and claws almost all the way back to just minus 31.5.
Somebody's leaving today feeling like Roshan, the index whisperer. Somebody else is closing their laptop like Rahul, Googling how long does it take to emotionally recover from TSLA.
Stay locked in. Watch those ranks. Watch those P&L bars. Watch the symbols light up. Because any one of these traders can still turn a quiet late session into a highlight reel moment before we hit the closing bell.
If you see another 1,000-share TSLA block appear, just brace yourself. Based on Rahul's line, that ticker isn't here to make friends. It's here to collect risk management homework.
And somewhere out there, we might still get another one. Someone deep in the red, queuing up a late, oversized order, hoping to turn their P&L graph from horror movie to underdog sports flick in a single candle.
Look at the spread from top to bottom. Over $2,300 separating first and last. That gap is a testament to how punishing or rewarding a handful of decisions can be in this format.
At the absolute floor, rank 10.
You can almost
Rahul
hear the
Davis
internal
at
monologue.
minus 1008.
I'll just take one more
1,000
high-leverage
TSLA
shot to
shares,
get back to
minus
even,
1045
which is
in a
roughly how
single move.
half the minus
That's a
500
full-on air
stories on this
pocket
board were
straight through our
probably
big loss
born.
line.
For viewers, the ritual is simple. Watch the ranks on the right. Watch the P&L numbers flicker. And when someone jumps more than a few slots in an instant, you'll know a major play just landed.
Right now, SPY and SQQQ are the MVPs. QQQ is the comeback kid, and TQQQ plus TSLA are the chaos gremlins. If those tickers light up again, strap in, because the leaderboard is going to twitch hard.
Look at the symbol lineup lighting up the dashboard. SQQQ, SPY, QQQ, TQQQ, TSLA, AMZN, GOOGL, the full gauntlet from indices to mega caps, all throwing punches at these 10 traders. That's what makes Roshan's tape so scary. Same 1,000-share plus size, but with a moderate risk tag and sniper-style entries, turning those volume spikes into controlled explosions instead of margin call fireworks. And look at rank 4, Bevan Stanley, plus 42, small but mighty. On a board this wild, even a modest green is a victory lap compared to the carnage below the fold.
From rank 6 downward, though, it stops being a leaderboard and starts looking like a museum of risk management mistakes. Minus 30, minus 300, minus 500, minus 800, minus 1,000 plus.
As we approach the final stretch of this session, every new entry could be the moment that traders look back on as the trade, the one that made their tournament, or the one that broke it.
One SQQQ, one SPY, both tagged as wins, both over that volume spike line. Roshan basically said, why spam trades when you can just nuke the scoreboard twice?
Look at that swing, plus 445.5 on QQQ, rocketing from minus 477 to almost flat at minus 31.5. What a comeback slam from the midfield.
Then there's the TQQQ story for Karthika Suresh, rank 7, minus 301.7 on a single shot, 1,640 shares, full size into a leveraged triple that turned the wrong way.
If you're wondering what position sizing lesson looks like in real time, it's exactly this. Too many shares on TQQQ in one go, and the market handing you a red education invoice.
You can feel the tension there. Do you power down and live to fight tomorrow?
or slam that next order button trying to win it back in one miracle spike.
Down at rank 9, Siddharth Pradeep is writing a thriller in red and green ink. Minus 893 overall, but the individual trades tell a much stranger story.
2,000 shares on TQQQ, 600 on AMZN, 600 on GOOGL. This isn't scalping. This is swinging a wrecking ball through megacaps and hoping the building doesn't fall on you.
Every symbol up there, SPY, QQQ, the triple leverage beasts, TSLA, AMZN, Google, they're all still live, still moving, and any one of them can write the final chapter of day 2 in spectacular fashion.
They were actually in the green, 37 bucks, coasting. Then TSLA opens the trapdoor and the PNL just free falls straight past the four-figure red marker in one brutal candle.
Minus 1008 on day 2 doesn't end a tournament, but it transforms every future trade into a psychological test. Can Rahul climb without chasing, or does TSLA echo in every decision from now on? Notice the contrast. Roshan leans on inverse, and Index plays with measured shots, while the heaviest damage below comes from high beta single names and leveraged triple Qs pushed to the limit. Late in day 2, with under 90 minutes on the clock, this lobby of 10 traders looks split. One towering green at the top, a quiet runner-up, and then a steep slide into deep red. From 300 and change to over $1,000 on one leveraged inverse move. That's not just a trade. That's a statement about who's willing to size up when the tape gets wild.
Moderate risk tag on the profile, by the way. Apparently plus 1.3k with double-barreled SPY and SQQQ counts as moderate now. Standards have evolved.
The crazy part? One big shot, a $500 swing on a heavy SPY or QQQ entry, and Barnum instantly becomes a real threat to that throne.
Bevan Stanley in third at plus 42 is the picture of caution. Tiny green in a battlefield where one misstep has already cost others hundreds.
Try telling that to someone sitting at minus 1008. They're not thinking long arc of the tournament. They're thinking I should have clicked half size on TSLA and gone for a walk.
Speaking of swings, look at Sheikh Samir Basha on QQQ. Down 477, then boom, a single QQQ trade snaps back 445 to land at just minus 31.
Minus 31 is technically red, sure. But compared to some of these numbers, that's basically an emotional support scratch day.
Down near the bottom, Siddharth Pradeep is living a different kind of drama. Multiple heavyweight names, huge size, and a PNL line carved down to minus 893.
One more oversized miss and that P&L column will stop saying unlucky and start screaming stop clicking the buy button like it's a video game.
Up at the summit, though, Roshan is cruising. Plus 1,300, a canyon between first and second. And every minute that passes with no mistake is another step toward a dominant opening week.
One side is clipping careful gains on SPY and QQQ. The other is handing their futures to TSLA and TQQQ like, I read one bullish tweet. What's the worst that could happen?
And Bevan, at plus 42, is in that classic scalp trader fork in the road. Lock it and chill, or press one more trade and see if today becomes a breakout or a facepalm.
TSLA, the ticker that asks, what if your whole tournament hinged on one candle? Rahul bravely answered, and the candle said no.
Kartika's story is a quieter, still painful one. One big TQQQ swing, 1,640 shares, and the PNL prints minus 301 from a standing start.
If I'm Rahul, I'm putting TSLA in a separate watch list called Do Not Touch, and maybe spending the rest of the session practicing with a paper account and a stress ball.
For Siddharth, though, there's real upside hiding in that chaos. Those Google wins show they can read trend and time entries. The rest of this tournament will be about taming size, not finding edge.
Or more realistically, someone will decide that revenge trade is a legitimate strategy and gift us one more entry in the Big Loss Hall of Fame before the bell rings.
However it plays out, day 2 belongs to Roshan right now. Plus 1,300, clean high volume wins, and a gap so big the rest of the field needs binoculars to see the top spot.
If they can resist the all-in last-hour impulse, they've already won a tiny psychological battle, honestly bigger than some of these tiny green P&Ls up top.
And the repetition is wild. 2 separate -620 hits on TQQQ, same size, same pain, as if the chart personally asked for a rematch and won again. You can almost hear the hotkeys, buy, sell, flatten, echoing behind these numbers as traders decide whether to ride SPY calmly or dive back into the TSLA and TQQQ blender one more time.
And yes, for those keeping score, the unofficial scoreboard currently reads leverage 3, overconfidence 3, risk management, maybe half a point, mostly from Roshan.
For now, the story is clear. Roshan reigns, the mid-pack survives, and the red zone fighters regroup. But the elevator still has many floors left before this tournament is done.
Stay locked on that dashboard. The next green explosion or red implosion could hit from any rank, any symbol, and we'll be right here calling every heartbeat of this trading arena. Every tick on SPY and QQQ now carries extra weight. These are the instruments that can swing multiple traders' fortunes with a single, well-timed push.
Roshan showed how to do it right. 1,200 shares of SQQQ, precise timing, and suddenly his PNL teleports into a new tier without even needing a second attempt.
Rahul's TSLA attempt, though, is the textbook cautionary clip. 1,000 shares, one wrong move, and the P&L falls off a cliff like a failed Hail Mary pass at the buzzer.
Siddharth's AMZ on trade is just as vicious. 600 shares, and the line craters by 627, yanking him from a manageable red into a near 4-figure sinkhole.
That single Amzanan decision transformed his whole tournament posture, from recoverable to must engineer a miracle in the span of one position.
The problem is that his losers show up to the party with 2 friends each and a much higher cover charge.
What makes this so intense is the clock. 80+ minutes isn't much, but with this kind of volatility, it's more than enough for someone to flip their entire storyline.
For Bevan, plus 42 might not grab headlines, but 1 or 2 clean trades could catapult that into triple digits and quietly build a case as the tournament's consistency king.
Dog John, Kartika, Siddharth, Rahul, all of them hovering around or beyond the 500 loss threshold. That's where every tick can feel like a verdict, not just a quote.
Symbol-wise, QQQ has already put on a show. Massive comeback for Sheikh Samir Basha. Brutal punishment for over-leveraged TQQQ plays. And still plenty of time for one more twist.
Amazon and Google are the sneaky assassins. On paper, they look safer than pure leverage, but 600 shares at these prices still move your P&L like a freight train.
Together, these symbols form the arena. The same tickers, the same candles, yet each trader's narrative diverges wildly based on timing, sizing, and temperament.
And Siddharth's wild swings across AMZN, TQQQ, and GOOGL show the other path. Constant action, constant volatility, constant heart rate in the triple digits.
With each remaining minute, the chance of a shock play grows. A surprise SPY surge, a last-ditch QQQ reversal, or another SQQQ blast reshaping the podium in one heartbeat.
You can almost see the hovering cursors over that order button. Index ETFs flashing, tech names twitching, and a whole lot of internal monologue saying, just one more shot.
But the heroes of long tournaments are often the ones who know when not to click, who understand that survival today is what allows aggression tomorrow.
Barnum in second is basically the quiet challenger in the gym. No flashy knockout yet, but still on their feet while half the room is lying on the metaphorical canvas.
Karthika's challenge is different, accepting that minus 300 on TQQQ may simply be the price of admission, and focusing on smaller, higher quality spots from here on.
If you're watching from the sidelines, take notes. The tickers are the same for everyone. The difference is who treats them like tools and who treats them like lottery tickets.
Stay locked on that dashboard. The next flash of SPY, QQQ, or Tesla could mark the moment we remember as the turning point of the entire Dayrade elevator tournament.
1,020 events already blasted through this session. The order flow is insane, chat. This isn't a casual drift. This is a full-on key-smashing tournament grind.
Look at the numbers. Plus 963 on 1,200 shares of SQQQ. Plus 426 on 1,480 SPY. That is a double barrel highlight reel. 2 green cannons blasting his P&L into orbit.
He literally stacked a big win-sized SQQQ hit on top of a chunky SPY victory. Long here, heads there, and both sides paying him like he's the house. That's tournament-defining execution.
Meanwhile, half the room is probably staring at his line thinking, so you're telling me the inverse ETF and the index both bought him lunch? Yes, they did. Timing matters.
Further down the board, there's a quiet rescue mission. Sheikh Samir Basha SM, clawing back from deep red toward the surface on a single, well-timed QQQ decision.
That's a huge comeback shot. One play hauling him hundreds of dollars closer to green. QQQ just handed him a parachute when he was already falling through the floor.
Kartika Suresh tells a very different story. Rank 6, minus 301 on a single TQQQ attempt. One shot, one bruise, and the entire day's line stained by that choice. Just below her, Doc John hovers around minus 526, still within one or two strong trades of rewriting the narrative. But every fresh order now carries the weight of earlier scars.
Minus 526 is that awkward zone where you've lost enough to feel it in your soul, but not enough to swear off trading. You're just marinating in maybe I can fix this energy.
He touches Amazon, Google, and TQQQ like he's speedrunning a mega cap gauntlet. 600 shares here, 2,000 shares there, red and green flashes everywhere. This isn't trading. This is a boss rush.
But AMZN slaps him for minus 627, and TQQQ piles on another minus 620. GOOGL is out here trying to save his day, while the other two names are auditioning to be his villain origin story.
At rock bottom, rank 10, Rahul Davis, minus 1008, and the entire story written by one name, TSLA. At the very top, Roshan Pala is parked at plus 1,329, turning moderate risk day trading into a clinic, while everyone else fights just to get back to zero.
Meanwhile, Barnum in P2 at plus 326 is like a sprinter jogging behind a bullet train. Close enough to dream, far enough that one bad click erases the whole cushion.
From rank 3 down, it's a grind fest. Bevan barely green, Anil scraping a modest win, and then a sea of red, where every order feels like a referendum on their tournament life. Remember, the big win and big loss lines are sitting around $500, and today we've already seen trades on both sides of that fence. Roshan's SQQQ blast, Siddharth's TQQQ slip, Rahul's TSLA plunge.
300 shares on QQQ, big rip, big confidence. Your P&L jumping 400 plus in one move will make your heart rate match the Nasdaq stick chart.
Kartika sits at minus 300 on a single TQQQ decision. One trade, one leveraged bet, and the whole day's narrative is written in deep red.
And the symbols on everyone's radar tell the story. SPY, QQQ, TQQQ, SQQQ, TSLA, AMZN, GOOGL. This is the core arena. Big liquidity, big leverage, big opportunity to change the plot in one move.
In seventh, Shebin T. Shaji sits at minus 397, far enough down to hurt, close enough that a single strong ETF win could catapult him back toward the mid-pack overnight. For Sheikh Samir Basha, that QQQ rescue does more than fix today. It stabilizes tomorrow. Being within $30 of break-even means you can attack day 3 from a position of balance, not desperation.
Kartika, on the other hand, has a decision. Stick with the single trade battle scar or dive back in for redemption on TQQQ with that same 1600 share aggression, knowing the last attempt cost her everything today.
But somehow, even after all that carnage, minus 893 still keeps him in the game. One monster tech run, and he could rocket from the basement into mid-table in a single sequence.
10 traders, 4 major symbols dominating: SPY, QQQ, TQQQ, TSLA. And we've already watched them hand out hero badges and disaster clips in equal measure. This is peak volatility theater.
The interesting split is stylistic. Roshan and Bevan flagged as day traders with moderate risk, yet one is miles ahead and the other barely above water. Proof that style tags don't guarantee outcomes, only intentions.
And somewhere out there is a viewer thinking, I would have done better. Sure, until the first 1,000-share TSLA candle hits you like Rahul's did, and suddenly Sudoku looks like a better hobby.
That's a staircase of destiny right there. Plus 1.3K at the top, minus 1.08K at the bottom. This isn't a gentle spread, it's a full vertical climb, and everyone's trying to sprint it before time runs out. And he doesn't stop there. SPY joins the highlight reel with 1480 shares for plus 426. That's another huge drive straight into the end zone for this P&L machine.
Moderate risk, by the way. If this is Roshan playing it safe, I don't want to see what aggressive looks like on this leaderboard.
You see it in the symbols. SPY, QQQ, SQQQ are where the pros are printing. TQQQ and TSLA are where the brave and the tilted are either mooning or face planting in real time.
Every SPY pop, every QQQ dip, every TQQQ spike now carries the energy of a last-minute drive. This is where traders either kick a field goal for survival or throw a Hail Mary straight into triple coverage.
Anytime the share count climbs over 1,000 here, you can feel it. The whole lobby holds its breath, because that's where one tick can swing hundreds in either direction.
Then AMZN politely walks in and yanks 627 off the table, followed by TQQQ snatching another 620. If revenge trading had a scoreboard, this would be it.
For the traders holding red right now, Karthika, Shabin, Doc John, Siddharth, Rahul, the choice is simple to describe and hard to live. Shrink the hole slowly, or gamble on a single spectacular escape.
If your recovery plan includes the phrase just one more giant TQQQ trade, congratulations, you've entered the advanced curriculum of how not to sleep well tonight.
If he times one more 1,000-share TSLA drive perfectly, we could witness a plus 500, plus 600 snapback that yanks him out of last place and turns this into a comeback legend in the final hour.
Either way, the stage is set. Big wins already logged, big losses already endured, and the final part of today's session waiting for one more decisive act to define Day 2's legacy in this tournament. The temptation, of course, is to swing for the fences, to chase the same kind of $900 win Roshan found on SQQQ, ignoring the context and the risk profile.
Every time you see a big green or red flash next to TQQQ or SQQQ on that dashboard, you know somebody either just high-fived their monitor or quietly screamed into a pillow.
Remember, this is only day 2 of 11. Today's choices don't just shape one P&L column. They echo into confidence, tilt, and decision-making for the next 9 trading days.
Rahul, though, has nothing left to protect on the day. Already minus 1,000 plus. If he comes back swinging with controlled size, we could see a miracle or another Tesla train wreck live.
Right now, his trade log looks like two different people. One disciplined scalper on GOOGL, and one sleep-deprived gambler on AMZN and TQQQ, sharing the same account.
With about an hour and change left, expect the tempo to spike. Bigger size, tighter stops. More traders trying to squeeze just one more edge from SPY, QQQ, TQQQ, and TSLA before the bell.
No one gets bonus points for almost green or awesome entries, terrible exits either. The leaderboard is a brutal minimalist artist. Just numbers, no excuses.
So keep your eyes glued to that dashboard. Every flicker in SPY, every jolt in QQQ, every TQQQ and SQQQ surge is another chance for someone to spike into glory or slam into the floor. Can Roshan keep the crown untouched to the close? Or will someone fire off a late session rocket big enough to shake the tower? That's the question hanging over every click right now.
We're primed for chaos. Red traders hunting salvation, green traders guarding their stacks, and every symbol on your screen waiting to either pay them or punish them before the clock hits 0.
Stay locked in. Every flicker of SPY, QQQ, TSLA, TQQQ, and SQQQ on that board could be the next clip everybody replays when they talk about day 2 of this tournament.